Answer to the stupid question. The city known as Hot Coffee is located, not Hot Carl.
I know.
Hot Coffee is located
What happens here?
U.S. State 215-263 WMMR. Let's go to Aaron. Good morning, Aaron.
Hi, happy Friday.
Happy
Yay.
Friday. No sad, bro. Aaron, where will you find hot coffee?
Mississippi.
You got it. Mississippi. Hang on, Aaron. We are going to give you a $150 Fogo de Show gift card, and you can try the new favorites like Fire Roasted Picana or richly marbled ribeye as part of the full Churrasco experience, and you can pair them with Fogo's extensive collection of South American wines. Make a reservation for Center City or King of Prussia at Fogo today. All right, I got a lot of stuff to get to and not a whole lot of time. We're going to start with this. Dave Coulier revealed on Instagram yesterday that he is now 2 years sober, and apparently he was a full-blown alcoholic.
I was looking at pictures of him all beat up and cut up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so he shared a photo of himself with a bloody face and wrote, "When I drank, I was the life of the party. I could make people laugh until they fell down, and in this picture, I was the one who fell down." He said, not because I was playing hockey or doing the things I love, like chopping wood or doing construction, golfing, fishing, or flying airplanes. I was hammered and fell going up some stairs made of stone.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
so you
man.
can see he's got marks all over his forehead and nose and cheek. So he bit it pretty big time. The 62-year-old comedian says that although he loved alcohol, he said it didn't love me back. And he hasn't drank since January 1st, 2020. So I love that date, January 1st. He's like, new year, new me, I'm doing it. And he's held on and he's 2 years in. But he was having a real problem.
It's kind of the last guy you think would be that because he was always perpetually upbeat and positive. But
Yep.
You never know.
You never know. Yeah. Former heavyweight Mike Tyson almost put them paws on a man who pulled a gun on him.
Oh.
TMZ reports the champ took a night off to attend a comedy show at the rooftop bar in Hollywood, somewhere in Hollywood on Tuesday. And there's video of it.
Yeah.
Tyson sits calmly at the table with friends before a man rudely disrupts a comedian's set. And then things go left when the man begins approaching Tyson and he's saying, "I'm trying to upgrade my status. All I need is you. All I need is you." So he's kind of confronting Tyson about this. The man had challenged Tyson to a fight, but Mike would not engage. And afterwards, patrons in the crowd began instructing the man to leave, which resulted in him pulling a gun out from his waist. The video then cuts. Okay, so everybody drops to the ground.
Yeah.
It's pretty. The person with the camera hits the ground, and people start, pulling away. And then it cuts to a few moments later on. The man approaches Tyson's table again, asking him not to call the police. Instead of giving the man grief for scaring the small crowd, Tyson comes in and gives him a hug and kind of calms it all down.
It diffuses it, and then everyone starts to react.
Yep. So according to TMZ, the man threatened to shoot the show host, but he never fired his weapon. The outlet also shared the video on Instagram where commentators commended the boxing champ for keeping his composure during that incident. Yeah. So that could have gone south real quick. And now, I don't have any word on the guy and if police were called and if they arrested him.
You'd have to do something.
Right? Yeah. At least try to find out who the hell
How does he
was.
get into a club like that with a gun on?
Yeah, right?
Good question. So, but Mike kept his cool. Carol Baskin appeared on TikTok Wednesday to make sure that everyone knows she didn't have anything to do with the death of her ex-husband, Don Lewis.
Oh,
Right.
sure.
In the clip, the Tiger King star danced to the tune of Brooklyn Charles's Savage Tiger King edition. I don't know what the
I
hell
want to hear
is.
that.
Oh,
And
my God. Are
mouthed-
you serious?
And mouthed the words, "No, I didn't," as the lyrics. Carol Baskin killed her husband, whacked him.
Carol Baskin killed her husband, whacked him.
Oh, so that's it.
Convinced me
That's
that
the
it
song.
didn't happen.
And then she's mouthing the words, "No, I didn't."
Yeah.
What's happening?
This is
Carol
going
Baskin.
on.
The Big Cat Rescue CEO shared in a November 2021 Reddit AMA that she thinks her ex-husband died in a plane crash. So she's
Was there a plane?
You know what? I
Wait,
think he died in a plane crash. Was he on a plane?
yeah,
I don't
is there
know.
a plane missing?
I think he died.
Remember, there was a story of him. He supposedly went to South America,
Right, and
I
had
think.
relationships with women over there, maybe?
I'd have to go back and relive that whole thing again.
You really should.
Yeah.
Actually, the shoes shown in a 6-second clip that Kylie Jenner shared of her closet Thursday appeared to be worth more than some people make in an entire year. Apparently, they are worth around $40,000.
$40,000 pair of shoes.
Wait, one pair?
Yeah, the 24-year-old beauty mogul showed off at least 40 pairs of pricey shoes in her Instagram story. Kathy. Each estimated to be around $1,000.
Oh, okay.
So the outlet reports that the collection, which includes designer labels such as Christian Louboutin, Valentino,
Tom McCann,
Dolce & Gabbana.
I mean, why is anybody even surprised about this? She's a freaking billionaire. Of course she's going to have
like a billion.
Yeah, but she posted the picture, so you have to quickly put an estimate on it.
But when you look at something like that, like shoes, and then you start to go, my God, that's $40,000, and they're just shoes.
So, quick question: what are the most expensive shoes? I mean, you've gone to Louboutins and Jimmy Choo, and who makes the most expensive standard high-level shoe like this, Kathy?
I don't know. I couldn't answer that. I don't know what the most expensive one was, but I was looking last night at a girl walked by with those sneakers on, the Golden Goose sneakers. Is that what they're called?
I don't know what those are.
The ones that look like they're dirty, but they're like. So so we were looking at them, and the ones she had on went for like almost $600. Only because we looked it up because I was interested in it, and it has like a star on it. Hers had glitter on the back, and they come and they look like they're worn and dirty.
They're distressed, as they say.
Yeah. And they were $600. What she was
That's
wearing.
absurd. It really is absurd.
I know.
You can get Nikes for $60,000, you know?
Okay, is that secondary or is that the actual retail price?
It was a list, Casey, when Googling most expensive, like standard shoes. And so there are like normal companies like Nike and Castoni and that are in the tens of, Hermes, like high-end brands, but still $30,000 for a pair of Testoni men's dress shoes. You know what I mean? Like, you can spend that amount of money on any of these types of things.
This notion of the Preston, we are seeing the advent of the derelict collection.
Oh, yeah.
From Zoolander.
Yeah. Most definitely, man.
What?
We're in Hawaii, and there was a fashion shop that was nearby, and I'm kid you not, Steve, it was stuff out of the derelict collection. It was like almost a sleeping bag jacket. It was bizarre.
Come on.
So because we looked up these sneakers, I then started reading about the brand, and I mean, it was two like Italian designers that came together, and at first it wasn't this. Like people liked it and they were buying it, and then it just blew up, and now they're going for $600.
Crazy.
You know they were drunk, and they said, "Let's do this.
Let's make it look dirty.
This will be hilarious. People will pay for it."
It's a big practical joke.
Anyway, speaking of fashion, Anya Taylor-Joy revealed in a recent video for British Vogue that she nearly fell at the 2018 Met Gala after getting caught up in Haley Steinfeld's white Prebble Gurning gown.
A gurning gown?
Gurung. Gurung. Prebble Gurung
What are
gown.
you wearing? It's a gurning gown. Watch.
For those who don't know, gurning is when people take their teeth out and make that weird face where their lower lip comes up above their top lip.
And you pay for that?
Bitter beer face from
Keystone.
You want to have the proper clothes on when you start gurning.
I don't know how everyone doesn't fall in those outfits, but they can barely move, walk. They're heavy.
Their knees, their knees are sewn together almost sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah.
Dresses, yeah. So the Queen's Gambit actress said that she would have toppled straight down the stairs if Jimmy Fallon hadn't grabbed her and ripped her to safety. Steinfeld responded to the story on Twitter Thursday, writing, "Not me being the possible cause of sending Anya Taylor-Joy down that colossal staircase. Thank God for Jimmy Fallon, and honestly, thank God for you, Anya Taylor-Joy. I can't wait to properly meet," she said.
Well, we have, and she was a joy.
Oh, my God, she was a joy.
Yeah.
She was a sweetheart. Nicolas Cage disagrees with his uncle, Francis Ford Coppola, when it comes to Marvel movies.
Yes.
Speaking to GQ magazine, Cage defended superhero movies against viral criticisms made by top filmmakers such as Coppola and Martin Scorsese. Coppola made headlines in 2019 when he was quoted calling Marvel movies despicable. We talked about this yesterday.
Yes.
Ends up he does like Deadpool.
He loves Deadpool.
Okay, but nonetheless, talking about that, Coppola later clarified that he wasn't talking about Marvel movies specifically, saying it's despicable how the film industry now values commerce over art. So that he's saying that essentially it's hurting some of the film industry, some of the other types of films. So Cage asked GQ about Scorsese and Coppola bashing Marvel Comics, saying, yeah, why do they do that? He said, I don't understand the conflict. I don't agree with them on that perception or opinion. At the crux of Scorsese and Coppola's criticism is that Marvel movies and comic book films have reshaped exhibition so that only one type of movie now gets produced and distributed at a theatrical level. Yeah. As Coppola himself explained in an interview earlier this year, there used to be studio films. Now there are Marvel pictures. And what is a Marvel picture? A Marvel picture is one prototype movie that is made over and over and over and over and over again to look different. He said, I think that the movies... Coppola said, I'm sorry, I'm getting all these names mixed up. Nicolas Cage said, I think that the movies that I make, like Pig or Joe, are not in any kind of conflict with Marvel movies.
No.
He said, I mean, I don't think the Marvel movie had anything to do with the end of the tweener. And by tweener, I mean the 30 to 50 million budget movie. I think movies are in good shape. If you look at Power of the Dog, or if you look at Spencer or any of Megan Ellison's movies, I think that there's still Paul Thomas Anderson. And Cage added, Marvel has done a really excellent job of entertaining the whole family. They put a lot of thought into it. I mean, it's definitely had a big progression from when I was doing the first two Ghost Rider movies. Kevin Feige or whoever is behind the machine has found a masterful way of weaving the stories together and interconnecting all the characters.
He's a big superhero fan himself.
Yeah.
He was about to or was on track to play Superman in a movie.
Well, he named his son Kal-El.
Yeah, and Kevin Smith was, attached to that at some point. Yes, and I like the Ghost Rider movies he did. They were fun. They're junk food movies. But yeah, that's you're right. He is all in on that.
He said, what could be wrong with wholesome entertainment that is appealing to the parents and children and gives people something to look forward to? I just don't see what the issue is.
If you want to see a good movie, a quirky movie, that movie Pig is really good.
Is it really good?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's him and his relationship with a truffle pig.
Films starring Keanu Reeves have reportedly been pulled from several Chinese streaming platforms after he showed support for Tibet, a politically sensitive region with a history of resistance to China's central government. In January, the Hollywood actor incurred the wrath of Chinese social media users when they learned that he would be participating in a virtual benefit concert for Tibet on March 3rd. And on March 14th, the actor's films were removed from major platforms. However, it remains unclear if this was due to a state-issued censorship directive or if the platforms took action independently. Among the films affected were some of his biggest hits like Speed, The Matrix Trilogy, Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, and so on. When insiders searched the actor's name in Chinese, no results were returned.
God.
The actor,
how chilling is that?
I mean,
he's the latest foreign celebrity to tread on China's toes for showing support for Tibet. Lady Gaga has been banned from performing in the country since 2016 after she held a 19-minute meeting with the Dalai Lama. And actor Richard Gere's films are also reportedly banned in China due to his close ties with the Dalai Lama as well.
Somebody said something fairly innocuous just about the existence of Taiwan, which is the Republic of China, not the People's Republic of China.
Yeah,
I think it was John Cena.
Was it John Cena?
I think it was John Cena.
Yes.
And so he...
Acknowledging that this place existed.
Right, like it's legit. It's a fact. And he had to do he did, I guess Disney or somebody just put it on. You have to apologize or we're going to lose that market.
Right.
So he happens to speak the language.
Right.
And it was one of the most
bizarre,
weird things I've ever seen.
But there are billions of dollars at stake, so
it's like a billion.
Right.
It is like a billion. Yeah.
Right. Here it is.
That's Mandarin.
He called Taiwan a country, and therefore he had to go and apologize to the entire rest of China.
And the people in Taiwan are like, what the hell?
We are a country.
All right. Let's see what else I have here for you. Producers announced Thursday that Encanto cast members Adasa, Stephanie Beatriz, Marto Castillo, Carolina Gaetan, and Diane Guerrero, along with Becky G and Luis Fonsi, will perform We Don't Talk About Bruno on the Oscars.
And that was the big hit for the movie, right?
It became I think it was a number one hit song in the country. So, yeah. This will be the first live performance of the song written by Lin-Manuel Miranda, who is, of course, nominated for Best Original Song for Dos Orangutes.
That means two orangutes.
No, it means two caterpillars, actually.
That's what he said. That's exactly what he said.
He's not wrong.
Orangutes. I believe you're correct, yeah. And that's also from Encanto. So.
There's a TikTok trend where parents play that song for their kids and get the kids' reaction, and it's like every one of them. It's not like over the top. Their eyes just light up and they get so excited to hear it.
It's a beautiful song.
That's the way we get at Pornhub, right, Preston?
Yes, it is.
Oh my God!
Just slowly, your eyes get bigger.
Ever heard of jerknet?
Not. Yeah, I have, but not right now, please.
You guys ruin a lot of things. You know that, right? Okay.
we
didn't do anything.
We're like a dark cloud.
You smiled, Preston.
Yes. So, 2 more quick things. Love is Blind has been renewed for 2 more seasons. My wife watches
My
this show.
girlfriend's into it. It's like they're addicted to it, and there's like a whole bunch of different variations on
What
it.
is this?
It's where so these 2 people, there are several couples. They meet each other. They spend a certain amount of time not seeing each other face to face. They just hear each other's voices, or essentially, they're like
blind.
in a confessional sort of. But these 2 rooms where you can't see each other, and you spend all this time together, and then you get married,
No.
Oh.
right? Isn't it the one
Yes.
they get married, right, Nick?
Well, so essentially, like their love is based on the fact that it's not a physical presence, that you fall in love with how
Right.
somebody looks or whatever. And what they do a really good job of on this show, believe it or not, is actually building these characters. And there are villains and there are heroes and there are people that you think that you hate at the get-go.
They always manipulate.
Yeah, it's very but
I mean-
it's well done and it's well produced.
But it goes to marriage very quickly.
It does, and
Yeah.
so then they do bachelor style stuff where they go and meet the families of the contestants, and it's a typical type of reality love
It's
show.
like, what would it be like dating if you're blind? So any handicap, I can't walk.
Right.
Yeah. So let's do a show based on that.
No, but it's so you base your opinion on
superficial thing.
on their
Right,
physical sense. Yeah. So TV Line has confirmed that the Netflix show hosted by Nick and Vanessa Lachey will continue to stream through season 5.
Despite we don't want you to rely on superficial cues. We're watching the promotional trailer here. Everyone is pretty hot.
Yeah, they are pretty
The
hot.
guys, look like models as well.
All right, and then one last thing. Only Murders in the Building may have revealed its season 2 premiere date in a mysterious Twitter post. An image shared by the show's accounts shows the elevator inside of the Arconia with the buttons 2, 6, and 8 lit up.
Did you finish the series?
No.
Okay.
I've in fact, I should probably go back to the beginning because I think we watched the first 3 episodes, but it was months ago, so I need to redo it.
It ends with a
With that cliffhanger type thing?
yeah.
Okay, cool.
There was another thing that I saw on Twitter yesterday. I'm sorry. Are you done with the story, Preston?
No, I'm not.
Okay, sorry.
They most likely suspect that it will be Tuesday, June 28th, since the new episodes of season 1 dropped every Tuesday on Hulu. So that might be it. Okay, now I am done.
I apologize. But so DC put something out on Twitter that you click on this link and you end up playing a game that there's something to be revealed. And it's in conjunction
for
with
something?
Well, it's in conjunction with the Batman. And I don't know if
already been released.
And I know, but there is a deleted scene with the Joker.
The Joker, yeah.
So I wasn't sure if. So you click on this link and then you play this riddle game and you have to answer these questions and I can't figure out the third freaking question.
Called Craig O'Gons.
I don't. Well,
No.
it's not like.
It's an actual riddle.
It's an actual riddle.
you
Not.
want to figure it out, right?
And I wanna figure
you
it
want someone
out.
to tell you.
Or you can they have that extended Joker clip.
Yeah.
You can find it anywhere online.
Well, but I'm not sure if that's what the prize is at the end of the
all right.
riddle or not. But I did end up watching that clip, which was pretty cool.
All right, well, keep us posted.
Yeah.
We have new movies opening this weekend, so we got to go through those right now, my friend. To mention, The Lost City is one. It's a comedy adventure. It stars Sandra Bullock, Channing Tatum, and Daniel Radcliffe. Reclusive author Loretta Sage writes about exotic places in her popular adventure novels that feature a handsome cover model named Alan. And while on tour promoting her new book with Alan, Loretta gets kidnapped by an eccentric billionaire who hopes that she can lead him to an ancient city's lost treasure from her latest story. Determined to prove that he can be a hero in real life and not just on the pages of her books, Alan sets off to rescue her. It's an hour and 52 minutes long, rated PG-13, wide release today. Rotten Tomatoes, 76%.
That is solid. Yeah.
Yep.
For a comedy, yeah.
And then one last one is Infinite Storm. It is an adventure mystery. It stars Naomi Watts, Billy Howell, Dennis O'Hare. And as an experienced climber ascends Mount Washington, she turns back before she reaches the summit as a huge blizzard approaches. But on her way down, she encounters a lone, stranded man and takes it upon herself to get them both down the mountain before nightfall arrives and they succumb to the storm.
Was that guy like pooping on the side of the trail or anything?
Yeah. Was that you? No, it was Casey, right? Yeah. Running time, 1 hour and 37 minutes long. It's rated R. Wide release theaters. Rotten Tomatoes is 67% score.
By the way, that particular film is based on a true story.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why I said that. All right, let's do the next clip. In the new series, Pachinko follows a Korean immigrant family over 4 generations. In this clip, Jin Ha explains the deep dive that he took while preparing for the role. Here is the clip.
I remember my first month or two of research before we even started shooting was I just constantly had 50 Wikipedia pages, tabs, just open, being like, oh, this incident in this history, that would have been something his dad went through. Oh, let me click on, and then it was just absorbing all of that history.
A new episode of Pachinko airs tonight on Apple TV+.
This was my wife's favorite book of the last few years.
Pachinko?
Absolutely love this book and recommends it to anybody who is as voracious of a reader as she is. This is something that she recommends.
All right, here's the next clip. Infinite Storm, just talking about that based on a true story of Pam Bales' life-saving rescue at Mount Washington State Park. And here Naomi Watts shares her thoughts about the real-life person that she plays.
Very physical. Getting out there in the elements. Very strong, resilient, impressive woman. And she just drew me in.
Are my testicles black?
That's a weird clip. Is Mount Washington where the strongest winds ever recorded were?
Yeah, in the trailer they start with that. They say the 278 miles an hour or something like that. Yeah. I think in case you've
I pissed in a wind atop Mount Washington.
If you're a weather junkie,
231, Preston.
If you're a weather junkie, there is a job you can get at the top of Mount Washington where they record these winds, and it's so if you're aspiring to be like the next Cicely Tyson.
Cicely Tyson.
Jesus
the
Christ.
next Miss Jane Pitt.
Anyway, you can get an internship up at this place, but you have to stay the entire winter.
I don't like it up here. I don't like it at all.
I should have bailed. I just should have bailed.
It's windy.
I had to find a civil rights movement, and now this? What's with you sons of bitches?
Miss Jane Pittman atop Mount Washington.
I do that all the time.
Everyone does.
I know.
You have to run it in your mind
I know.
is it Cecily or
and
Cecily?
I did. I ran it in my mind, and I still got it wrong.
Why'd you put me up it? Come get me. It's so goddamn cold.
I have stayed in bed.
Infinite Storm is in theaters now. No, don't stay in bed. It's no sad bro Friday. None of that. All right, we need to take a break, and as we do so, we're going to give away a case of Troganator Double Bock.
Yeah.
The Troganator Double Bock is a beer for people who love beer layered with notes of smooth caramel, stone fruit, and fresh toasted grains. We'll take caller number 8, and you can enjoy the Troganator Choice Deli, located at 1642 South Street in Philly. That's Troganator Double Bock.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are 2 of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't gonna cut it.
Because the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No, that's more.
I won't go into all that. That's the religious part that bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. Just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. You'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. Mm-hmm. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
sounds
this
like you're at an air show. He's a preacher.
He's
a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
there's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about, and then of course why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church. Or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in service. We went through that airplane from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into
how do I bring this back?
What's my spiel?
Yeah. Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
All right, so he takes big long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And just
he's praying over the corrosion.
Corrosion,
in his air.
praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So instead of going out and earning money,
I decided to return my faith to its upright position. Because the Lord's beverage cart had been stowed. Because we were coming in for a landing.
And just as plain,
listen to this.
The Lord said to me,
okay, so this is God talking directly to him.
No fumar.
He's talking directly to him. Yeah.
The Lord said to me, lay hands on it. I'll heal it. What?
Listen to the people talking. What? And he says, what?
What?
Even he doesn't buy it.
I never heard him. Well, he said, Kenneth.
You're an idiot.
You're an idiot.
He said, Kenneth, you're an idiot. This is your thing. You're all about the freaking planes. Give it a try.
He said, corrosion comes from the curse.
Oh.
Self-pleasuring.
Yes.
And listen to the people going, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Comes from the curse.
Comes from the curse.
He said, I provided that airplane for you, didn't I? I said, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
He said, lay hands on it. Okay.
Okay.
And I started.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, didn't he say that? All right, so this plane belonged to somebody else, and the Lord provided it for him at the...
Lord didn't have much use for the previous owner.
Yeah, the previous owner had
previous owner could have gone down a ball of flames. The Lord would not have given a rat's ass.
And I started praying in the Spirit, and the more I prayed in the Spirit, the happier I got. And so I just went up, oh man, you talk about laying hands on that thing. I laid hands on it all over, and it's a big old airplane. It took a while to do it.
I have to be honest with you, at a certain point, I put my pee-pee in a few holes. And it felt good. Because some of them have some of the rubber stoppers that feel like a woman's lady parts. It felt good.
I mean, come on.
I know.
Who's sitting there? Who's sitting there listening to this?
A group of people.
And he has a very large following.
The answer is enough people.
To pay for that beautiful aircraft.
Not one listen, I don't know how big that crowd is. Not
Are you out of your mind?
Right?
Laid hands on that thing, just laid hands on it all over and praised God and laid hands on that and commanded that corrosion to leave in Jesus' name.
Seriously.
Then I crawled up and I kind of hunched my back and started gyrating like, who's your daddy? Who's your daddy? Who's your daddy?
Serious.
And I saw that corrosion disappear. Then I exploded.
Come on.
They did more x-rays and came back. There was just one little old spot there. I said, Lord, what? No, he said, I want to remind you. I said, what are you reminding me of? He said, they could have said maybe the x-rays were wrong.
I said, maybe the x-rays.
Oh my God! If only you could see Steve's face right now. Come on!
I said, it's there on my back. I just made back.
What?
X-rays are wrong.
Yeah.
I'll tell you this. Take them out to an airport. Get a plane that has some sort of error, with something wrong with it, something that makes it really not safe for flight. Lay down on it, and would he lay down on it and pray and then get in that plane?
Well, God didn't tell him that. That would be the defense. God didn't tell me to heal this one, so I can't do it if He's not telling me to do it.
Oh my
you know
God!
What I mean, so that's there's a
fail-safe,
a built-in fail-safe.
So he laid hands on it again, and it's gone.
You're fired! Yeah. Even I don't believe it.
We need to loop that. Gwyneth Paltrow was spotted at Long Island's New York Center for Innovative Medicine, a center known for its holistic treatment of Lyme disease.
Was she wearing a lab coat?
The founder, I don't know if she's wearing a lab coat. The founder, Dr. Thomas Zulk, has been featured on her website, Goop, for his energy blanching procedures.
I read Zulk on Goop, and I like.
Oh, wait a minute!
What?
I said the wrong thing. Not energy blanching. Energy balancing. Blanching is lightly boiling.
None
something.
of us would have noticed.
Listen, in the world of Goop, that makes complete sense. Now they can blanch your energy.
Yes. Oh, that sounds good. I'll try that.
Yes. Can you also whiten my anus?
Yeah, actually.
Yeah.
We can whiten your anus.
Here's the app for that,
too.
I'm blanching both my anus and my energy.
God. Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am. And
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. For ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah, that's how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him, don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like, yeah!
It's a title. It's a title.
We're not
This kid walking along... that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because just anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean?
I could see that.
In the South, yes.
Teased this
do
earlier,
that. Here,
and we can't not dive right into it. We're going to do the connoisseur early this morning.
It's time for the connoisseur. An early edition.
Sometimes we go a little late with it, and this morning we're going very early.
We kind of pressured you into it because you brought up something that was very interesting about desserts.
Yes,
and we got to hear it.
I'm not going to lead with that.
No.
I will get to that second.
Okay.
But
you don't lead with the money shot in porn, and you don't do it here either.
That's one way to put it.
I want to mention this right off the bat for Marissa Magnotta. She sent this in conjunction with the 10th anniversary with the... by the way, it's called Le Dinner en Blanc. Oh. Not just Dinner en Blanc. Le Dinner en Blanc.
That's officially what it's always been called?
I don't know. That's what Marissa sent me this.
She doesn't know.
They are now going to have their very first Le Dinner en Blanc at Atlantic City.
Ooh.
When is it? I can't go.
So they are going to do 2 events this summer.
So it's Too Blanc, Too Furious?
Too Blanc.
Yes, it is.
I love that. I love that. So you can you can follow Dinner on Blanc Atlantic City at Dinner on Blanc Atlantic City. I believe this is on Instagram, maybe, Marissa. Yeah. For updates on the opening of the wait list, opportunities to volunteer, registration phases, and the date announcement. So this will be the first time that they do that in that area. So they're going to have the Philly one, and they're going to have the Atlantic City one. So it's coming up. Just heads up on that. Okay, so I wanted to get that out of the way for Marissa. Now, someone sent me, and let me give credit where credit is due. I got to pull up this email real quick, so bear with me for just a second. I got this from Rachel Molesky. So she sent me a link from the website Mashed, and the headline is the 22 absolute best desserts in the United States.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, I'll take a glance at this. And so I scroll down. Number 1 on the list is from Philadelphia. Now, I don't know if this is in any particular order or not, but they do have the number 1 by this in Philadelphia.
May I suggest that because it is from Philly, yes, this is by quality order.
Okay. And this is Philadelphia, not the Philadelphia area, right?
No, this is South Philadelphia. I'll even give you a little bit more of a concentrated area to think about.
Is it the cannoli?
Kathy, it is.
Oh,
Yes.
come on. No way. I'm sorry. I hate that. There's no way a cannoli can be the best dessert in the country. I'm sorry. It just cannot.
I would disagree with you. I think, and is it the one?
Termini.
Termini Brothers?
I would
Termini, is that how you say it?
Yeah, well, that's the way I say it.
Termini Brothers Bakery. I like cannolis. I'm kind of with Casey on this. I'm very happy to hear that this is highlighted. I'm not big on cannolis. I like them.
Have you had these?
No, I haven't. So
I have.
You know what?
They are they're probably one of the greatest desserts I've ever had.
Okay.
Crap. No, what I say is this, and I agree with you. In fact, my wife came back from a place that is known for their cannolis and tasted a little bit of the cannoli. And like these guys, Termini, it's sweet without being overly sweet, which is the key to, I think, a cannoli. But I agree with you. I would not, go down for cannolis. If they're there, I'll certainly have them and enjoy them, but it's not my, I'm in the mood for a dessert. Let me go to the cannoli place.
I think it goes way back for me because when I was a kid one time, I saw a cannoli. I'd never had one before, and I'm like, that looks fantastic. Oh, my God. Yeah. I took a bite of it. I'm like, this doesn't taste like I thought it was going to taste like.
Exactly.
It has a different flavor to it as opposed to your standard sweets like cake and pie and things like that.
I would drive out of my way for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, listen, I'm game. I want to give
Yeah.
it a shot. I want to be converted. I want to be.
They're tremendous. But you framed it, I think, very well in saying, is it, or Casey, maybe you said, it's not the kind of thing I'm going to put, immediately that's going to drive me to go to this place.
It can't
the
be
way it would for Kathy.
It can't be the number one dessert in the country when things like bread pudding exist. You know what I mean? Like it can't exist. And by the way, I've had another cannoli that is better than this one, and I like Termini Brothers.
They're fantastic.
This isn't anything against them, but I had this vegan cannoli about a month ago. I was like, okay, let me give this a try.
All right.
It was the best cannoli I've ever had in my entire life.
All right. Well, let me read you the description.
Yeah, you
from
radical.
Mashed on this, okay? It says, biting into cannoli is a transformational eating experience. And Termini Brothers Bakery in South Philadelphia nurtures a deep-rooted local Italian tradition with true cannoli perfection. Traditional Sicilian cannoli features fresh sheep's milk ricotta and a delicate fried pipe-shaped shell that houses a creamy, rich, and sweet cheese filling. A multitude of textures set the cannoli apart from other desserts.
I will say that, and I agree with you, Kathy, that's the best cannoli I've ever had from Termini.
Termini Brothers captures the true magic of the cannoli, a crisp and delicate pastry shell, subtly sweet, ricotta filling, and international timing. Every Termini Brothers cannoli is filled on spot to prevent soggy shells and promote that quintessential crunch before sinking into a creamy texture explosion.
Guaranteed to make you shoot.
James Beard Foundation, Rising Star Chef of the Year award, and Philadelphia pastry chef Camille Cogswell has nothing but praise for the South Philly cannoli, revealing these are the cannoli that made me like cannoli. Out-of-state cannoli lovers can still enjoy the best desserts in the U.S. by ordering online. A small package includes 6 cannoli shells and 2 pastry bags with cannoli filling.
Have you ever had the mocha cannoli?
No, I had a pistachio cannoli, which was fantastic.
If it's a flavor you
Got that in
like,
Boston.
and they can cannolitize it properly, they're wonderful. Have you ever had a mocha cannoli?
You know what? I stick to the original. Like
All right.
that's if I'm gonna put those calories in my body, I'm gonna stick with the original just because I know that I like it.
There are a lot of calories.
I'm going to bring up another one that we have a connection with here. It's number 14 on the list, and it's not the exact same thing that we had, but it's called The Meaning of Life, and it's at Gibson's Bar and Steakhouse in Chicago.
Oh, no kidding.
So it's a cake.
It's not the carrot cake, is it?
It's not the carrot cake that we had, but it's like that.
Okay.
Okay, so everybody, Steve, you weren't there.
No.
It was my wife's birthday, and they brought, wasn't it Rochelle? No, it wasn't.
It was Rochelle's birthday.
Yeah, it was Rochelle's birthday.
No,
They were
we
celebrating.
got a birthday.
Yeah, I know.
we
So
were-
anyway, it was her birthday. They brought out, it was carrot cake that they brought out.
Oh, man.
And Steve, it was, we were all, it was pretty unbelievable.
I love
wasn't it?
carrot cake.
Steve, it was massive. It was huge. It had
How tall?
It had an ice cream dome that came with it too. I have a video of it when they brought it out.
Yeah.
Oh,
you
yes.
have to see it.
It looked like a
It's-
joke. Like they're like this is here's a fake cake.
It's incredible. So let me read the description of this. A classic American steakhouse, Gibson's has been drawing crowds in Chicago since their doors opened in 1989. And blah, blah, blah. So theoretically named The Meaning of Life, Gibson's towering behemoth of a cake weighs a whopping 6 pounds per slice.
6 pounds per slice?
Intimidating in its grandiose serving size, the meaning of life features 5 layers of decadence stacked with chocolate mousse, banana, raspberry, and whipped cream.
Is the expectation that an individual puts away a 6-pound slice of cake?
No.
Yeah.
So this enormous dessert arrives at the table with a sturdy steak knife plunged into the top.
Like Excalibur.
Our cake had a steak knife
That was a piece,
jammed into
Steve.
it as
Oh,
well.
my. There's no. So you get a piece for like how many people?
No, they brought out like a whole cake, didn't they?
It was like half a cake,
Half a
I
cake,
think.
okay.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Are you showing him the picture?
Yeah, I
of our-
showed them. Yeah,
It's insane.
Yeah, that was a slice.
that was a slice.
So just the actual quality of the cake.
Oh, my God.
Unbelievable.
Yes, and that ice cream.
But
Whatever
okay,
that
yeah.
ice cream
Oh,
was.
that was
That's
good.
what I was
blew
thinking of.
me
Okay.
away. It was like a dome.
Yep.
You remember that?
Yes. Okay.
Man.
And I didn't know. I'm like, how are they going to cut this thing? It's massive, but it
You
was
don't
something
cut
else.
it. You get in it.
I would go there just for that. The steak was amazing,
Yeah.
but I would go there for that dessert.
I can't
alone.
believe I forgot about the dessert.
I was blown away.
And you
Yeah,
said-
right?
Who are you?
Yeah.
You said it was fat free too, right?
So these are no, of course not. So these are the greatest desserts in the United States. There's some really good stuff. I'll mention a couple of other ones because there's a load of them on here, and they're from all over the U.S. So the ultimate coconut cake at Peninsula Grill in Charleston, South Carolina.
You a coconut cake guy?
I am
Okay.
very much so. I love coconut cake. The sea salt chocolate chunk cookie at Avalon International Breads in Detroit.
I'm
Steve,
listening.
That
it's got you
sounds
all over that.
Look at that.
The key lime pie at Bang Bang Pie and Biscuits in Chicago. So there are a few that are in Chicago. You have the cinnamon rolls at the Nouseberry Farm and Homestead in Florida.
Okay, so your name is Nick. Can you do me a favor? And for Preston's sake, can you scroll down to the picture, and for my sake, of those cinnamon rolls? Because there used to be a place in and around this area in Swarthmore called the Inglenook. And they had cinnamon rolls that look exactly like this. I've never had cinnamon rolls.
What do they look like?
Well, they're just... I would imagine like heaven, like if what heaven looks like.
Okay. So they almost look like what do they call them? Zeppelis? The like just dough.
Yeah, they are so amazing, and I got the recipe for it. But like I can ruin the recipe. So if anybody is a decent pastry chef or whatever, this it was.
It looks amazing.
It might be like top 5 dessert for me of all time.
Okay,
yeah, these things are that good.
I'd put that carrot cake we had at Gibson's in my top 5 desserts of all time.
Would you put it at number 1?
That's a tough.
That's a tough one.
I don't really know. That's a good question. So like on another one on this list is tiramisu at Giovanni's Tiramisu in Los Angeles.
tiramisu.
I love.
What's the name of the
tiramisu.
place?
It's called Giovanni's Tiramisu.
All right.
In L.A.
When tiramisu is done right, wonderful.
Oh my goodness, yeah,
It's hard to do exactly right though.
Like Tres Leches is now one of my all-time favorite desserts. Did you tickle the?
Oh, yeah.
okay.
Don't forget about the balls.
Good Lord.
See, I'm not the tiramisu, tres leches, bread pudding. That all to me, I guess it's that texture. I can't do it.
Oh,
bread pudding.
Oh, God.
Bread
No wonder
pudding
you
like
like
from
cannoli.
here locally from the Desmond.
Oh, it's fantastic.
The bread pudding is.
Yep.
So I go. They have a prostate charity event every year. They had to skip obviously past couple of years, but I will go and I specifically asked the chef to make me.
It's really good.
And I bring it home in a steamer trunk.
Yeah.
Oof. Hang on, we got a bunch of calls here. I'm going to go to Eric. Hi, Eric. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. Hey, first of all, my Nona made the best cannolis in the world, but I'm sure
Your Nona did. Yes.
But Termini Brothers, they make a cookie called a panoli. It's got little pine nuts on it. I guess it's like an almond.
I'm familiar with
love
those.
pine
Yes.
nuts,
Yeah.
Those are great.
That's
Those I'll go out of my way for.
Okay.
What's your opinion on the cannoli, the classic cannoli there?
I'm not a big fan.
Wow. Okay. All right.
Do you know what I tend not to like? I tend not to like classic
Eric.
bakery cookie, like the different
Yeah.
with the sprinkle, the
Yeah.
jimmies on them. There's
Like
always
a sugar cookie.
Yeah,
I'm with you.
I usually don't like they're like to me
Sugar
they're
cookies?
like diner cookies. You
Yeah.
know.
Oh, I love sugar.
Speaking of cookies, I went
I
to.
do like a well-made sugar cookie, but when they jam a whole bunch of crap into these bakery cookies, I'm like, nah.
The Crumble opened a new location I was at yesterday, and I got the oatmeal cookie. Oh, my God. It's the best oatmeal cookie I've ever had in my entire life.
I'm surprised. I didn't know you were an oatmeal cookie fan.
You know
so
what?
You're not allowed to pleasure yourself in here.
Funny thing about oatmeal cookies, sometimes I've bitten into an oatmeal raisin thinking it was a chocolate chip cookie.
Yeah, what the hell is that all about?
Spit that right out.
Right.
I will go ballistic when that happens.
Get out. But this one is just oatmeal. It's not oatmeal raisin, and it's
Straight up real.
It's just straight up, but it's got this glaze on top of it. Oh my God!
Where's the new location?
Newtown Square.
Okay.
Yeah, so there's it's right around the corner from my house, and I believe they're opening another one in the Lawrence Park Shopping Center. So I'm gonna basically be sandwiched in between two Crumbles.
Wow,
man!
Was there a line when you got there or anything?
No, there was not. I just walked right up to the little kiosk and I typed my thing in. You're a key lime pie guy, right? So
yeah,
okay.
sometimes.
Somebody said key lime when you said key lime. Okay,
that's my favorite dessert
because they have a key lime cookie right now.
Oh, all right.
So they change their cookies every week.
Jesus,
Preston, I think that line outside of Crumble is normally when they first open.
Okay. All right.
And things are fresh, piping hot?
Yeah, well, no. I mean, when it's a brand new location, it's their first
when they just
week.
open,
It's
I got
just
you.
the hype of it.
Not they're sleeping overnight.
Right.
All right. Let me go to Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Good morning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jenny, what? You're on the air.
Are we bothering?
Yeah.
Delco.
Oh,
that makes sense.
That's it. That says it all. Yeah.
Come on, Jenny. You're not doing me any favors here.
What's up, Jenny? You got a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to know where you found that vegan cannoli.
Vegan cannoli case?
Yeah, so 320 Market and Media. It is
All right.
Yes, go and can you get me one while you're there?
All right. Yeah, I'll stop by later.
All right. Thank you, Jenny. All right, we'll see you. All right, let me go to Bobby. Hey, Bobby.
Good morning, it bitches.
Good morning, it bitch. What's up?
So there's a new place in Pottstown called Mr. Sticky's, and it is by far the best sticky bun I've ever had in my entire life.
There was an art house theater near me called Mr. Sticky.
I'm not too far from Pottstown. I can head out that way. Mr. Sticky's.
Thank you for calling Mr. Sticky's. Brides Unchained is at 1 p.m. Pizza Dong is at 4.
Pizza Dong?
Pizza Dong.
What time is that one? I will check that one out. Okay.
4.
Pizza Dong at 4, everybody.
All right, so it's new, you said, Bobby?
Yeah, I think it's a Lancaster staple. I think they're from Lancaster, but they just came around a couple months ago, I imagine. They dropped some stuff out of our work. And it's like crack.
Yeah, Bobby, one of the best desserts I've ever had was at a
Thanks, Bob.
Mennonite kitchen on the way out to Lancaster, probably in Lancaster at that point.
Yeah.
And it was like a bread pudding. It was sensational.
Nice. All right, well, listen, we could keep talking about dessert.
But we have other things.
But listen, I will. I'll make sure that we post that. Marissa, I'll get you that list if we can post that online for people to check out, which is the best desserts in the U.S. All right, next. And it's from MASH, by the way. All right, so this is not an article or anything like that. This is a discussion we started to have off air, and I have an observation. Steve was having a peppermint patty just a little while ago, a York peppermint patty, which, by the way, we received a box of goodies. Where's the letter?
Anthony, right?
Right, I think it's right here.
Yep. We received a box of goodies for in advance of Easter. This is from our fan, Anthony Della Pena, who is all over the place and sends us postcards.
He's great.
Really cool. He said, once again, Easter is here, and I know Kathy and Casey have been making sacrifices for Lent. As a fellow Catholic, I know how hard that is every year for Preston, Steve, Nick, and Marissa. You guys have to deal with their frustration through this time. So celebrate and enjoy all these treats. Thank you guys for making me laugh every day.
Aww.
And he goes on and on. And so thank you. We appreciate it. And he sent a bunch of candy. And Steve was eating the York peppermint patties. You were commenting how much you like it.
Right.
And that got on a discussion of after dinner mints.
So that they bring back memories of my mother used to get the box or the sleeve of after 8 dinner mints, the very thin ones, which I used to love. And I guess the plan was after dinner, like for a kid, like a kid's going to just take one and go, that was great.
Wait, like the Andes candies? Those?
They were very, they were very.
Yeah, they're called After 8.
Yeah, very thin.
There were 2 brands.
It's a little rectangle. There you go.
It almost looks like a box of high-end tea. So you take the one out and then, okay, I would buzzsaw the box.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yes. I had, there was a different brand. Nick, do you know the name of the
Andy's
other?
Candies. That's
Andy's
the one that
Candies.
Kathy was referencing. And yeah, so Those were the two that I knew about.
There's another one, too, that had green foil wrapped. They were individual. Is that Andy?
Yeah, that's Andy's.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Anyhow, individually wrapped. And I would, Steve, especially if I had been, these are the Andy. If I had smoked a little herb, I would rip through a whole box of those.
They're so
no
good.
problem.
Such a good pairing.
I love after dinner mints, and you have your variety. You have your chocolate covered ones, which are fantastic, and I'm talking about at a restaurant.
Yes.
Okay. Then you have the kind of chalky ones that
have like a little gooey center,
and I don't know about I guess so, and they dissolve really quickly in your mouth. Those are great. But the ones that I really love, and it's such a treat. And it's usually at a Japanese restaurant. It's a little green, round, hard candy ball.
Yes, they're very good.
That has like a melon flavor.
There was a Japanese steakhouse that used to have them right next to the first apartment that my wife and I had. That place had those.
Very good. I do not know of what you speak here.
You do not know, sir.
Yeah,
I will have to.
I am a weary traveler looking for a place to sleep.
I will have to enlighten you. Because when Rochelle and I were at a place, King Prussia, called Kabuki. It's a
Bukkake.
Come on now. It's a sushi restaurant.
Right.
It's called Kabuki.
Okay.
Anyway, and when and the sushi was fantastic. And we got done, and they had that little mint. And I'm like, this is
what I
the
waited for.
icing on the cake right here.
I'm sorry, sir. We are out of little mints. No!
Yeah, I would've
no, that
freaked
is
out.
to me that is a great post-meal treat.
Yep.
But I don't want just one.
Yes, and I think that's my favorite.
Is there a reason for there being an after dinner mint? I mean, does I know
breath.
that? I wasn't sure if it was breath or because my mom oftentimes, if she has like an upset stomach, she will eat like a mint lifesaver, and that will settle her stomach. Yeah, not like that. It's more of like a not fart upset. That's more like it.
By the way, so Connor pulled up a link here that says that it is a guava flavored candy. So instead of melon, it's got that kind of guava flavor to it.
It's not in the same ballpark as an after dinner mint, but it is very good.
When I worked at CVS, which was the job that I had after I worked at McDonald's, there was shipping day, right, where all the boxes would show up. And one day, the box that brought in the Andy's candies it broke. It fell off the truck.
Nice.
So we couldn't sell them.
Yeah.
So the entire box of Andy's candies, like half of them kind of ripped open or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So like they're sitting in the back room and the manager's like, well, anybody can have these at any point, which was really nice.
Yeah.
And so anytime anybody would take a break, we could have Andy's candies. Well, for about a year after that, mysteriously, every time one of those boxes came off the truck, they also ripped open. Yeah. And so it was so weird how every time that happened.
Tub of Viagra broke open.
All right, I do have something else to mention with the connoisseur files being open right now, and we're headed back to Atlantic City. I'd mentioned Dinner on Blanc is going to have an Atlantic City event.
Too Blanc, too furious.
Gordon Ramsay is on track to open his third business in Atlantic City this summer. He'll be debuting his Hell's Kitchen concept at the Caesars Atlantic City Casino. So it's the official Hell's Kitchen restaurant, and the outdoor entrance to this thing looks awesome.
Does it look like the Hell's Kitchen set?
The inside does, but you'll have to look on Nick's monitor, Steve, to see it. It's got like actual flames shooting up and everything.
Yes.
I don't know if that's real fire or not, but it looks pretty awesome.
That is what the
cool.
when they do the Hell's Kitchen series, that's exactly what you see when because they have this TV studio / restaurant. And that is what is up front.
So it's going to kind of look like that. So, yes, he is expanding his partnership with Caesars Entertainment in New Jersey, which already includes his Gordon Ramsay steak at Harrah's Resort. We ate there.
Yes.
Casey, for my son's 21st birthday.
Didn't we have Gordon Ramsay on when we were broadcasting from that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And
he was great.
The meal is excellent there at the steakhouse at Harrah's. Then you have Gordon Ramsay's Pub and Grill at Caesars. And Ramsay said Atlantic City and visitors throughout the tri-state have been so supportive of Gordon Ramsay Steak and Gordon Ramsay Pub and Grill. So I look forward to having them experience another one of my signature concepts.
Did you guys say you ate at the Pub and Grill, or which one did you eat?
No. We ate at the steakhouse.
Okay, all right.
That was for Parker's 21st birthday, and it was a great meal. We had this private room. It was
nice.
Pretty damn special. So Ramsay's Hell's Kitchen restaurants are designed to be immersive in a destination dining experiences that create the feel of the studio set, Steve. So The first Hell's Kitchen restaurant opened at Caesars in Vegas in 2018 and was decorated with touches that pay homage to the long-running series.
So if they do that, you'll have a completely open chef's area.
So it's an open kitchen design.
Yeah.
It features red and blue themes surrounding a centerpiece with mosaic tiles that will be visible from every table in the restaurant.
I like to watch.
I do too.
I'm talking when I'm doing my cuck stuff.
You're a voyeur.
Okay.
Yeah.
Restaurants that do have that open sort of thing going on, I find it fascinating.
The menu is said to include Ramsay's classics like beef Wellington, the Hell's Kitchen burger, and sticky toffee pudding.
There's one thing on that show, and I brought it up to Chef Ramsay, and he chuckled. If you're ever competing on that show, the two things that you have to master, because you know he's going to get you on it, are the beef Wellingtons and the risotto. It's always like why you don't go in there at a master level.
Prepared.
You know those two dishes are going to come up.
The bar will serve a selection of classic and signature cocktails from traditional Negroni and old-fashioned to the Smoke on the Boulevard served in a lantern adorned with dry ice. So that is coming this summer.
I'm very excited.
That would be a pretty cool dining experience. All right. One more thing. We'll make this quick. We're going to totally switch gears here. Limited edition flavors are nothing new, but recently Pepsi has been swinging for the fences with some unorthodox choices. They've had Pepsi apple pie, Pepsi Coca-Cola.
Oh, that sounds weird.
Okay. Coca-Cola.
Yes.
I'm like,
have you driven the new Toyota Nissan?
Yeah.
The Toyota Nissan. Why would they not call it like a Mocha-Cola?
Yeah. Pepsi Peeps and Pepsi Cracker Jack. So they're trying something new. It's Pepsi Maple Syrup Cola. It's an official collaboration with IHOP.
The Whopper Big Mac.
And the new soda won't be available in stores. And oddly enough, it won't even be available at IHOP either. So what has become a common promotional method, these highly limited edition sodas will only be available through a social media giveaway.
There is a subculture of soda connoisseurs that collect and try, because there's a lot of exotic flavors associated with soda, like even like you're talking about the Soda Stream, Kathy.
Yeah.
Soda used to be more present in my life, and now, again, whenever I drink a regular soda, it's just too damn sweet.
Yeah, the only regular sodas like sugar sodas that I will drink are usually like the Hank's ones, or like Stewart's. They have that orange cream soda. This is really good.
I will drink a Coke alone as a dessert occasionally, like a couple of times a year. And if you're talking about a soda to have with pizza, which is a common thing, Pepsi for me works better for pizza.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I'm going to have a soda, it's usually a ginger ale. And
ginger ale is great.
I do not drink soda often at all. I mean, I drink flavored carbonated water, but I don't drink.
If your stomach is upset,
the sugary sodas. Yeah, Casey, I'd go for like a black cherry Wishniak or something like that.
Some sort of vanilla cream soda.
If I'm going to go in, I'm gonna do something fun. Marissa, you're raising your hand. Did you want to say something? Hang on.
They put that in our vending machine here.
Oh, what?
The black cherry.
Black cherry?
Vishniak.
Nice.
That was your request, was it not?
Are you kidding?
I mentioned recently that I can't find it anywhere. Like Wawa and 7-Eleven stopped carrying those.
Wait, we could put in requests for the vending machine?
Maybe.
Yeah, dude, you never talk to the vendors in there?
I talked to them. I didn't know we could put in requests.
Put in a request.
Oh,
That's why there's a prostitute sitting in there right now.
I want an orange soda.
All right, so anyhow.
Like a Sunkist?
Yeah, Sunkist.
What are you, 10?
Uh-huh.
Like a knee-high?
No, I like orange sodas.
Yeah, shut up.
Orange Crush,
Preston
man.
likes them.
But I mean, I don't drink them all the time. But it'd be like the black cherry. It'd be like a little dessert.
The one soda associated with usually with older people is cream soda. Right. Cream soda, such as like down in Boca Raton. Can I have a cream soda?
Yeah.
Do they still make orange slice soda? Remember Slice?
Oh, I love Slice.
Slice, yes. That supposedly had real juice in it.
I think Slice became Sierra Mist.
By the way,
wait.
I'm thinking of something else.
I think the company that marketed Slice changed the name.
I think you're right.
To Sierra Mist eventually. Yeah.
Right.
Nick, if you really feel like one, you could go to Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, good. Yay! I'm gonna get in the booth.
I think orange soda traditionally has more caffeine than the other sodas.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, Orange Crush. I love that. It's been a while since I've had it.
REM
Long
loved
time.
it too.
Oh, no. Orange Slice. Yeah. I think that had.
How about that?
All right. Well, anyway. If you want this IHOP soda, this maple syrup soda, You apparently have to go on Twitter to do it, and you have to put in a hashtag.
I'm not going to do that.
and Blah, blah, blah.
I'm not working for your stupid soda.
Nobody got time for that. All right, and there you go. That's it. Connoisseur, we're done. We're wrapping it up. Closing up shop. Can I get my bell? We don't do that anymore. Thank you very much.
Fries up.
All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back in a moment. Casey's giving me something to give away. I'm going to give away, a 4-pack of tickets for the Tulip Festival at Dalton Farms in Swedesboro, New Jersey. And we'll take caller number 11 at 215-26.
Because he's a little tulip.
Thank you, Greg Tolan.
Caller number 11 at 215-263 WMMR is fun for the whole family. The countless Instagrammable opportunities amid acres of springtime tulips. And you can, there's also a 6-acre lake with local food, drinks, and entertainment on the weekend. For hours and directions and to purchase tickets online, you can visit DaltonFarmsNJ.com. So caller number 11. We're going to set you up. Bizarre File. On the way next. Make sure you stay with us.
You know, Northeast and man to me was always a sign of respect, and I would say man.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it?
I don't know.
I don't know. I just
you keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be pretty good, ma'am. Wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's all about intent. And if you hear someone saying it clearly as a sign of respect, you should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
right.
I still think it's.
I don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. I'm looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I would never read it as an insulting thing. That's a way to respect.
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's with you in that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just. We just don't like it.
And that's fine. But all right, it's your personal preference.
I don't think somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what do you want your server? What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
I'm lady.
Oh, my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carting everyone as we were walking in. And I was with Elisa. We're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. There is a crap job available in San Francisco that's a complete waste, but it pays up to $185,000 a year for those who are interested. The city where Tony Bennett left his heart has an enormous feces problem.
There's a lot of poop there.
That has gotten so bad.
A lot of people are taking poops on the street.
Officials decided to create a poop patrol to clean up the streets.
Clean up the poop and the turds that are on the street that I love so dearly. I took a poop in San Francisco. Sing along if you know.
The 5-member team now.
I couldn't control it.
Walk up and down San Francisco.
Started with the shart and then I left my heart.
There it is.
In San Francisco.
Left my shart.
I took a shart. Then left my heart in San Francisco.
So they are now cleaning up human feces, and we're assuming other feces as well.
And vomit.
Animal feces, vomit.
And piss.
Yeah.
Can't forget piss. Piss, vomit, poop, it's all there on the streets of San Fran.
Thank you.
Where they got trolley cars and rice-a-roni.
Thank you, Tony Bennett, for...
poop.
Cable cars and rice-a-roni.
I miss that city.
Chinatown.
Poop-covered streets, piss everywhere, vagrants wandering around. It's wonderful. It's like Night of the Living Dead with hills.
The wharf is just covered in
Absolutely.
poop. Yeah, it's just beautiful. In case you've ever wondered whether Marilyn Manson was truly as evil as he makes himself out to be, there may be proof now. He said they can't find something illegal about what I say or do in my music. They just disagree with it morally because of their belief systems.
That's nonsense. I'm in the Satanic Church myself. And I'm about cleaning the poop off the streets of San Francisco.
That's right. Look at that.
Get off the guy's back.
You're not such a bad guy.
I'm a good guy.
Yeah. So he said, so they have to
Just because I believe in the power of the Lord Satan doesn't mean you should think I'm evil.
I mean, after all, you're cleaning up poop.
Remember what the Joker said to Batman? They're both sides of different coins or something like that. I didn't stay really that long. I left once I ran out of snow caps.
He bought the ticket, though. He bought the jumbo box,
Yeah,
too.
it was there. I go through them a lot. I love those things.
This is so weird. Just thinking about that. What would lead Tony Bennett to
I love
comment
the Church of Satan, too.
Maryland Man? And poop and snow caps and Batman and the Joker. He's currently on tour with Rob Zombie with the Trek wrapping up.
I'm also a Nazi.
This week. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant. Right. It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, it
lights
going
up
to
like
my
my
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know,
Like
it's
this,
so
Preston.
it's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes. Yeah, full
Let
on,
me see.
full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You can't
be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly,
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay? And that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
glow. Yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The
Not-
pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like no, but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
No,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Trying to get something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or
tiny
something?
flashlight.
Steve's trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
Try this.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait,
my
this is
heart.
too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
close to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like him.
Little Shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat.
It's right under my neck, and it glows, and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person, Simon Huck, is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist, and I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah,
Yes.
see, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so
Yeah.
Nick, do you have the other ones as
Kind of
well?
cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour?
So Tegan, sported the a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajik wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
wouldn't that?
Like the
you're not
Hunger Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the bagel thing.
Yeah.
The Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Mark, we'd like to put you to work this morning.
Yes.
The greatest host of game shows I've ever met. No
Well,
question.
you're very kind.
And so we need some callers on the line. And we are each here on the show going to play for a caller. You don't have to do anything. You just got to sit back and let the magic unfold and get ready to win some prizes as we play this.
Preston and Steve present Know the Show on WMMR. Kathy can't go to bed at night if there's anything on the floor. And Steve's got a bunch of Cub Scouts buried in the dirt behind his cellar door. Nick's effeminate. Marissa likes getting text messages with naked pictures attached. Casey boy squeezes pus out of his armpits, and Preston likes eating his own scabs.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we have not done Know the Show in a long, long time.
Well, we usually refuse to do it unless Mark Summers going to host it.
That is correct. And so the way this will work, the format is that Mark will have a statement that he'll say about each one of the members individually. He'll pick out a member and make a statement, and the rest of us try to answer a question that might be answered by that person. And each one of us, if we get it correct, we get a point. If we answer like-mindedly with the person that's being singled out.
A la the Newlywed Game.
It's the same thing, actually. In fact, this is the Newlywed theme music, I think, that we're playing.
We're ripping off everything we can.
Every bit. And if we'll have point totals, whoever has the most points, that person on the phone line who we are playing for is going to win a prize. If there's a tie, we'll give away a couple of prizes. That's the way it works. Mr. Mark Summers.
Thank you. No rehearsal. Sight reading. Here we go. Radio legend Preston Elliott, or El Scabo, as the people of his native Honduras refer to him, is a man of many talents who enjoys a plethora of hobbies. If Preston were told he must give up one of his cherished hobbies on the spot and never, ever indulge in it again for the rest of his life, which of the following three would he select? Is it golf, drumming, or cooking? You have 15 seconds to write your answers down. All right, time is up. And we're going to start with Casey Boy. Which one would he give up and never be able to do for the rest of his life?
Wow. This one was really tough. You got to eat or you're going to die. I would say you got to listen to music or you're going to die. So I went with golf.
Casey says golf. Steve, your reply is?
No, I had to think about these as well because I know that he adores golf, and though he's had some issues with his shoulder, drumming, the music is everything to him. However, there are other people who can cook for him, and so I say cooking.
cooking. 2 different answers. We move to Kathy.
I was the same as Casey. I said golf because I know that he has back and shoulder issues, and I think that would be the reason because it would hurt, and I don't think that he could give up drumming or cooking.
All right, so we have 2 golfs, and we have a cooking, and we're moving to Nick.
So I went with, because of the hearing issue, I thought that Preston would choose on a tactical situation to give up drumming for the rest of his life.
Interesting.
Yet another answer, and finally, Marissa.
I went with, I think most of the crowd went with, and I went with golf.
Golf, we have 3 golfs.
Wow.
Preston, what is the response?
If I were to have to give up one of them for the rest of my life, I'd have to go, I'm going to say, agree with Steve, I'd give up cooking. Somebody else can make that food for me. And even though I have shoulder and back problems, I still love the game of golf, and I'll never quit playing.
How's your putts?
It's good. Have a tug.
Yeah, here, grab the shaft and you tell me.
Nice ball.
Here's the bizarre file. All right, so
Uh-huh.
I meant to mention this yesterday, and that jackknife tractor trailer, that flipped over tractor trailer, made me remember this. Did anybody else see this yesterday morning? Those of us who take 76 East into work, did you see that white car that was on its hood or on its roof yesterday morning?
Brent was talking to me about it, and they must have cleared it, I guess. I didn't see it.
On my way, I get in earlier than you guys. It was sitting on the shoulder, upside down.
Oh, boy.
Where?
Yeah.
On the scoop?
like around the curve, around the Conshohocken curve.
Wow, no.
Yeah, it was upside down.
That's scary.
And I'm like, whoa, man. So I thought for sure you guys would have seen that. So, all right. Casey, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
On my desk in the office, there's a shard out that's labeled March 25th. And that's today. And I want to mention that. I think Marissa sent it to me and wanted me to
Marissa wants a shard out?
Get that out to you, or it's via someone else, or I'm not really sure. So I'll do this one while Casey's getting that. It says, hey, Preston Gadzooks, how are you, sir? Just wondering if you could possibly get a hot, sexy, juicy, wet shard out for my new wife, Jen, this Friday for her 36th birthday. She listens every morning on her way to work at Bobby Ray's Tavern in Pensauken. Loves yous all and any time I drive her Jeep, she makes sure that I tune it back to 93.3 before I get out, so it's tuned in for the morning commute.
That's awesome.
Why would you turn it away in the first place, sir? That's from Joe Bupp, by the way. So here's a chart. And this is the one. Yeah, Marissa, you gave this to me. Birthday shard out, March 25th at the Lunacy Brewing Company. When we are told it's someone's birthday, I have a toast. And this is, by the way, this is from Ricky Lee's. That's his name. And he says, this is the toast. If I can have everybody's attention, please. If you have a drink and that drink is not in your hand, put that drink in your hand. Put a drink in the air and scream out happy birthday. This is a special one. It is for my brother, Michael. And his birthday, it says March 27th. But I guess we would have to do it today because we won't be here on the 27th.
Okay, all right.
Please send a nice, juicy shard out for Mike Lee's. Cheers. And that is from Ricky. So here you go. That is a shard out. I wanted to make sure I got that. Do you remember giving that to me, Marissa? Okay, all right. And then finally, this one, hey, I was hoping I could get a shard out for my wonderful husband whose birthday is March 24th. I know I shouldn't ask too far in advance, so I'm hoping maybe I got this one to you on time. Yeah, this was, I got this on Wednesday. My husband, Chad, has been a huge fan since I turned him on to the show many, many years ago, and we have been to many events, and I think that a shard out would be a perfect birthday present, and he will be stuck working outside in the rain on his birthday, so hopefully this will make his day a whole lot brighter. Punctuation voice required there, Rob. And he's an absolute wonderful man who works tirelessly to provide for me and our 2 sons. Have a good flight, and that is from Jen Block. So there you go. That is a shard out for her hubby. All right.
Nice.
Now we can do the bizarre file. Or we can play Froggy. Here outside Froggy Friday. Let's do that. Here we go, folks. And now we can do it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Natural Lawn of America. Safer for your lawn, kids, and pets. You can schedule their full-service program and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. All right, this is a terrible story, but we're going to open with this one. A man was killed after attempting to parachute from the top of a high-rise apartment building in San Diego as his 16-year-old daughter was watching.
No.
So horrible.
It's a base jump is what
Yeah,
he was
the man
doing, right?
died after base jumping around 10:30 p.m. Tuesday in the University City neighborhood. The 48-year-old man was attempting to parachute from the 23-story Palisade UTC luxury apartment complex. Police said we're unclear as to whether the parachute malfunctioned or if it just didn't have enough time to open up properly and deploy. We believe that his daughter was up on the rooftop with him and was able to view what happened. Oh, my God. In fact, according to police radio traffic, a 911 caller heard, quote, a loud pop similar to a gunshot, looked over a balcony and saw the man bleeding on the ground.
We're looking at this building, and I've seen people do base jumping, and I'm going to go with the didn't have time to deploy properly.
I don't know.
Yeah, it had to have been. It just doesn't look high enough.
Officers and paramedics gave the man CPR, but he died before he could be taken to a hospital. He was not immediately identified.
Yeah, meanwhile, I saw this guy, this Red Bull stunt yesterday. Amazing. I mean, the people that do these types of things are absolutely amazing. And this guy that I saw, he was basically skiing in the in midair, and it was just amazing.
Crazy.
Wow. All right, a 59-year-old man was killed just after midnight on Thursday when he collided with an 11-foot alligator while driving down a Florida road. John Hopkins struck the large reptile around 12:30 a.m. The impact caused his vehicle to veer off the roadway where it overturned and landed in a ditch.
Hey, I'm walking here.
A motorist passing by in the area noticed the car in the ditch, called 911. Detectives responded to the crash and pronounced Hopkins dead at the scene.
Wow.
The alligator was also killed in the accident. The incident occurred just a couple of miles from... did you just go off for an alligator?
I feel bad for it. It's not the alligator's fault.
I wasn't doing anything.
Thank you.
It was just a couple of miles from the Alafia River State Park, which is home to a population of alligators.
By the way, Nick is my favorite.
Thank you, alligator.
And by the way, Gainesville has the largest population of alligators in the United States.
Is that right?
Yes, that is
Interesting.
what they say. Okay, so this is not necessarily like a news event or something that occurred, but I've got to put this in the bizarre file.
No
okay?
other place to put it.
I have never heard of this. Okay, so it's called Chikari Mudra. It is an obscure and somewhat controversial yoga practice that involves gradually severing parts of the tongue and then curling it back until it enters the nasal cavity.
What?
Yoga?
Sounds hot.
Actually,
We don't do this in our class.
So, listen to this. So, like I said, it's obscure and controversial. So, it's pulling your tongue back enough for the tip to slide into the nose through the mouth.
So when you stick your tongue out, it comes out your nose?
Kind of like that. So it wouldn't come all the way out, but you curl your tongue back to where, your nose attaches back there.
And
there's a breathing method that is, it's not this, but
chicken farts.
No, I'm sure that it came. I'm sure that it came from that because you're supposed to take your tongue and like push it up against the roof of your mouth.
All right,
back
we're
there-
looking at
back
a
there.
diagram of it. And this serves what purpose, Preston?
It's supposed to give you like supernatural power.
Really?
Yeah.
Come
So
on.
listen,
And who has a long enough tongue to do this?
well,
What are you talking about?
may I explain
I
before
guess.
we poo-poo this?
That sounds stupid.
All right, it sounds impossible. And even if you could do it, wouldn't that pose a risk of choking? Well, diehard Hatha yoga practitioners must not worry about that too much because it's exactly what the advanced stages of that practice require. It's called
insane.
Chikari Mudra. Now, gradually, here's what you have to do. Cut the frenulum.
No.
The small piece of skin connecting the tongue to the floor of the mouth.
Oh, God.
No.
No one's doing that. Stop it.
So the soft palate at the back of the mouth or even the uvula as well have to be cut away. So it's supposed to get easier as you practice. This beginning stage is applicable to most practitioners, But the advanced practice, it really captures people's imagination.
This is no achievement then if you're doing surgery to do it. It's like, I can detach my arm with a chainsaw.
True Chikari Mudra is said to seal the energy of Bindu and give the yogis the ability to pull it off supernatural powers.
I have supernatural powers now. I feel like a very supernatural being stuck through my nose.
You're talking through your nose?
Absolutely. I have beautiful supernatural powers.
Can you like fly or lasers?
I'm just finding it rather difficult to breathe. But maybe my supernatural power is asphyxiation.
Your supernatural power is asphyxiation?
Yeah.
Okay. So, in order to attain these powers, one must curl their tongue back far enough.
Like this?
Like that, and then insert it into the nasal cavity and lick the supreme nectar of immortality flowing
You
there.
may call it snot.
Sadly, it requires more than months, even years of daily practice. The tongue can be lengthened naturally so that it can actually reach behind the uvula, but in order for it to curl back enough to actually enter the nasal cavity, the lingual frenulum has to be cut. And
This is absurd.
According to a Hatha Yoga text quoted by Wikipedia, the frenulum has to be gradually cut using a sharp blade. Each time a hair's breadth has to be cut until about 6 months. The piece of skin is completely destroyed. And then after another 6 months of constant practice, the advanced stages of this can be reached, and with them, the host of supernatural benefits.
The dream is to one day yodel out your butthole.
The spiritual curiosity list. Resistance. Here's what happens. Okay. Resistance to poison, diseases, old age, and even death.
No.
You can live forever, but you got to have your tongue stuck up your nose.
Life has never been better.
Yeah. You can also expect resistance to fainting, hunger, thirst.
I don't faint anymore.
And laziness. You what?
I don't faint anymore.
You don't faint anymore. As well as your body becoming divine.
What is it, yoga? You're doing these things and you get good at these positions and you cultivate your body naturally. This is requiring actual surgery.
Just a little bit.
No,
Just a
come
little
on.
bit.
No.
It's not a whole lot.
I had a friend when he was a baby, he had to have that frenulum sliced because his tongue was basically glued to the bottom of his mouth.
To let it loose.
Yeah, so like, and so that surgery is not unheard of.
It's
as far
actually
as
pretty
like,
common in
yeah,
kids.
Yeah, it is. But as far as like bringing supernatural powers goes, I think it's a little limited.
I can walk through walls.
All right.
It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I think that's all we're going to have time for. I'm sorry.
You're no frenulum of mine.
To only keep it 3 stories, a little bit short, but nonetheless.
That was amazing, though.
I had to bring that up in the B file, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let us take a break. We will come back in a moment. Don't forget, Lisa Welchel will be joining us. She
Love
played
her.
Blair on The Facts of Life for many years, and she has this really cool collectibles show. So we'll talk to her a little bit later on and get in some other things. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
And who's our person who's won?
Well, it's going to be
It's
a
gonna be
total.
after the
It's gonna be a
game.
total
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
end.
All right.
So-
Question 2.
All right.
While Preston is known as a man of the people who often spends his spare time dispensing free croutons to the homeless, he is amazingly occasionally uncomfortable while in a one-on-one situation. Which member of the Preston and Steve cast will Preston say he is least at ease with when he sees them away from the show? Oh, my.
Wait, you got to ask that again.
Okay. So, who is the person?
You can leave out the crouton part.
No.
In English.
In English. Preston is least at ease. He's the most uncomfortable with which one of you when you're away from the show? So if you go to a
I'm
party,
one-on-one situations.
Okay, and he knows all you guys for 100 years.
Yep.
If he came face to face at a barbecue, which one would he feel the most uncomfortable with? That is the question.
Who is he least at ease with away from the show?
You've got 15 seconds to answer this
I
question.
don't see Kathy writing. Chop, chop, chop.
Marissa, we'll start with you.
All right. I think Preston and Casey have a great bond. Preston and Steve, obviously the longest relationship here, plus Casey on top of that too. Kathy, you guys have the kids together. Nick, you guys have some bonds. I think it's me.
Really?
Yes, when we were out in London, Preston came to see me and my friends. He was there for like 30 seconds, and he was like, I gotta go.
Really?
So I guessed it was me.
Wow, yeah, and you're a little Miss Social Bug, so that's interesting. All right, Nick.
That's funny, Marissa, because I felt the same way about myself. And Preston's been with Steve for so long that I think you guys can talk.
Not in the biblical.
No, to each
sexual.
other about anything. They've done trips together with Casey, gone golfing or whatever. And then I just sort of defaulted to his relationships with Kathy and Marissa. So I'm going to refer to myself in the third person and say Nick.
And Marissa, I'm going to go over there to Casey next.
Yes, we all know that Preston and I share a nice bond with one another. We've had Valentine's dinners by ourselves.
Yes. You have.
We've spent a lot
Shared
of time
D-pics?
in hot tubs together and all that sort of stuff. So I definitely don't think that I'm the answer here. Steve and Preston have a long relationship. Nick and Preston definitely see eye to eye on a lot of things, pop culture wise and stuff like that. So I don't think it's Nick. Marissa, you had mentioned that it was you and your friends, but this question is about singularly and one-on-one. And I think you and Preston have actually hung out and had some good times together as well. One night in particular, after a singles mix or something like that, you guys went out for entirely too long of a time.
Pitcher's Pub.
Yeah.
That's right. I need to know more details.
So I had to go with Kathy on this one.
Wow. That's shocking to me. All right, we're going to go to Steve.
All right, now we have had a long relationship, Preston and I, and it's we, till death do us part. Love Preston dearly, and we have there's a certain relationship we have that I don't think anyone can define. I think, like Casey, you and Preston share more in common than do we. Preston and myself. Mm-hmm. So I think everyone here has something more than I have, at least in that level. And I think we sort of keep a lot of what we share
for the studio,
for the
right?
show.
Yeah.
And that's why I said me.
Okay. Yeah. But that makes sense. I get that. And finally, Kathy.
So, like everyone but Casey, they chose themselves,
Yes.
which is also what I did.
You did.
I thought it was me.
Wow. Isn't this telling?
What does this say about me? You guys all think I don't like you.
No. It's not about not liking.
I think it's like everyone else better.
Yeah. So tell me, Preston.
All right. I'm going to tell you with an explanation and a follow-up as well.
You don't have that much time, so...
the guys are off the hook because I am more uncomfortable with attractive women when I'm alone with them. So there's that. And
what are you saying?
we have two beautiful women that work here, even though they're very, very good friends of mine. That doesn't change that fact.
Right.
And this person that I would feel I'd have to say, God, it's not that I don't feel uncomfortable with any of you.
No, but
having to choose, having to pick one. There's one that I kind of seek approval from because she's so great at what she does and a perfectionist in this business, and it's Marissa.
Wow.
So it's important to me what she thinks of me, and so therefore I would be a little nervous. Now listen, about that night in London, I'll tell you what it was. I showed up, you had all your friends there, you didn't introduce me to any of your friends, and you didn't say who I was, and I was kind of mad about that.
Wow. The truth comes out.
Yeah.
If we're going to be totally honest, that's why I closed down.
And it nagged at him for months.
Till this
Marissa.
very moment.
Oh my God.
No.
how could you? How could
And waiting in the waiting room is a therapist to work with both of you.
I'm sorry,
Dr.
Preston.
Joyce Brothers.
I guess I didn't want to be like, hey guys, this is Preston.
But
you guys know Preston.
your lack of decorum has won you the point. So there you go.
There you go. Nice job.
That's the point.
We're moving over to Steve Morrison right
We'll
now.
hug later.
All right. A little known fact about the enigma that is Steve Morrison is that his great-grandparents on his father's side lost their lives to Titanic, both having choked to death on Twizzlers during a matinee showing. With that in mind, if Steve was Rose from the movie Titanic floating on that door with room for only one member of the Preston and Steve show, who would he save?
Wow.
Man.
All right. 15 seconds to write your answer down. That's hysterical.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was easy.
That was easy, huh?
That was easy.
I wrote it down right away.
Oh, I can't wait to get there. Okay, we're going to start with you, Kathy. Who is it?
Okay, so after today's conversation, if we were on the Titanic, we would have had to pack in suitcases. Or in a hotel room, a little tiny hotel room you have to share with somebody. We had no idea that this was going to go down. So he is going to save me for sure.
Oh.
Great reasoning.
Wow. I like the part about going down. Steve.
I'm last.
Steve.
He's last.
Yes.
He goes last. So
That's right.
Yeah,
Nick, I'm sorry.
I'm going with basic math here, and Steve is going to need more room. So I'm going with the tiniest member of the Preston and Steve show, Marissa, so they can both fit on the door.
Wow. Okay, Marissa, we'll go to you.
Well, the true Steve Morrison would actually give up the door and let two other people
You're
right.
Oh, my.
You're right. Because this is a hypothetical, I also agree with Nick, and it would be me just for size reasons. That's it.
Size matters. Okay, Preston.
Okay. This might be a little selfish, but without Preston, there ain't no Preston and Steve show. And we still have a future to think about after this horrible tragedy. Well, I'm saying me.
All right.
Yes.
Casey?
So I would think, like, right after everybody got rescued, Steve would go back to work the very next day, and it wouldn't sound good to have the Casey and Steve show or the Kathy and Steve or Nick and Steve and Marissa and Steve. It can only be Preston and Steve.
Yeah, Robin Preston's dead, so that wouldn't work. Okay. And finally, Steve.
All legitimate reasons, but I had to break it down on survival, likeliest to survive in the situation. Both Kathy and Casey are swimmers. Casey has saved my life here in the studio, but they are both capable swimmers. Preston is very resourceful and could survive, I think. Nick as well. And for the person I think who would be in the most dire situation vis-a-vis their size and lack of insulation, Marissa.
Wow.
Just because you guys would all be fine on your own.
Not to dismiss Nick's point of extra elbow room on the door.
Nick and Marissa.
Nick and Marissa both answer.
Yeah. All right, what's the point total so far, Case?
I think I have Marissa has 2, Nick has 1, Steve has 1.
All right.
Though if we were packing the way we do talk about, Kathy would have a certain edge.
Steve's love for the world of movies is exceeded only by his love of the world of porn. Disregarding the porn movies, what will Steve say is the one movie franchise he could not and would not live without? 15 seconds. Boy, you all seem to know this pretty darn quick. That's interesting. We are going to start with Marissa.
All right. There was an obvious answer, but I didn't go with that one because I'm guessing most of you guys went with it. So I'm just going with Batman.
Batman. Batman. Very nice. Okay. Casey, what did you say?
Oh, I went opposite because there have been so many. I know that you love Batman, but you want to have sex with James Bond.
James Bond. Preston.
Kind of the same thing. I know there's so much. Although Connery was his favorite, and Roger Moore did a whole lot of those movies, but I still think he's got a huge fascination with James Bond.
All right.
Yep.
Nick?
Marissa, your answer made me think twice, but I'm going to go with my gut, and I'm going to go with James Bond as well.
All right.
Kathy?
I just said overall Marvel.
That's a good point.
So Steve, the answer is
James Bond.
there you go. Yes. What is your fascination with Bond?
Since Bond, my father took me to Dr. No when it came out when I was just super young, and there have been many movie franchises, consistent franchises that have influenced my life, but Bond has been, marathon after marathon after marathon has been just at the core of my life.
Favorite Bond
Batman
movie?
is my... Whoa. Okay, so the one that is the quintessential is probably considered Goldfinger.
Yeah.
So, my favorite Connery's my favorite Bond, followed by Daniel Craig, followed by...
Daniel Craig, really?
Right, followed by George Lazenby and Roger Moore. Roger Moore has 2 good Bonds, would be 3, Live and Let Die, For Your Eyes Only, and Spy Who Loved Me. And Timothy Dalton. They're all good. They're all good.
Yeah, all right. So where are we here now?
Casey.
Whoever you want to go to.
Casey.
All right.
We're going to do the list of show legends regarding Casey is long and in many cases embellished, including things such as him saying a bubble scubosis instead of multiple sclerosis and being terrified of his home thermostat. This is the first time I'm reading this.
I never said multiple sclerosis.
That's it. It's you're saying it's a false legend.
Which embellished legend about Casey will he say he would love to have go away once and for all? 15 seconds.
Listen.
What embellished legend about Casey will he say he wants to go away and never brought up ever again?
I predict everybody is going to get this one. This is going to be a 5 for freaking 5 here.
We're going to start with Steve.
There's even in writing this question, I knew it might be a gimme, but we had to go with it just to give Casey the chance to dispel some rumors about himself, including bubbable scabosis and his thermostat. Ranch dressing.
What is it?
His love of ranch dressing.
Ranch dressing. Okay, very good. Kathy.
Yep, love of ranch dressing on pizza, all ranch dressing. He loves it.
Nick?
Ranch dressing.
Oh, my, this is me. Marissa?
Because he didn't invent it, ranch dressing.
Preston.
Right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unanimous.
And we will go to the gentleman himself.
It's not my go-to, okay, guys? It's not my favorite dressing.
What is it about ranch dressing that you like?
It is actually pretty yummy with pizza.
Do you have the isolated audio of just you freaking out anywhere, Kay, so we could play it for Mark, just so he has an idea?
I don't know. You know what?
We don't have to play the whole thing.
The crowd loves that idea, Preston.
See if wait, hang on a second. It's recording. All right.
Yeah, why did that happen?
Yeah, there was a moment on the show where we brought up the fact that Casey was dipping his pizza in ranch dressing.
Thank God it was a pizza.
And yes,
there was a question as to whether that was calorically wise.
Yeah, here we go.
Can I make a suggestion without being insulting?
Yes.
Try pizza without ranch dressing.
Listen, you a-holes. When was the last time you saw me with ranch dressing?
Okay, can I jump?
And by the way, I don't always eat pizza with ranch dressing. I didn't invent it. It is something that I tried like within the last year. All right?
Okay.
Drop the friggin' ranch dressing. Drop it.
I will say this. I have seen you eat pizza last 6 or 7 times.
Hear a little bit more of this.
Without dressing.
Did you say 6 or 7 times?
Well, I have not seen him have dressing on his pizza in quite a while.
And it's not something I invented. It was like I tried it because I saw a girl with a nice frame. As a matter of fact, right? I'm like, ranch dressing on your pizza. All right, I'll try it. And then he did it like 6 times. And next thing you know, I'm making ranch dressing pizza sandwiches or something. Shut up!
It's still just as funny.
Oh, my. I've never heard you so whacked.
Can I get a point for that easy question?
One of my all-time favorite moments on the show.
We need to move on. In many ways, Casey is sort of an ongoing lab experiment producing flatulence at an alarming rate. Who will Casey say is the one show member he takes the most joy farting in front of?
Oh, my
Joy?
God.
The most
Joy. And you don't end a sentence with a preposition, by the way. But who does he enjoy farting in front of the most? Gee whiz.
All right.
Got
I'm
it down there?
You're
in? Everybody's in? We're going to start with you, Preston.
Now, initially I was going to say me, but I don't think that happens anymore because I'm disgusted by it. It bugs me, and he will do it sometimes in front of guests that we have in here. Out loud.
It's the
and
ranch
I'm like,
dressing.
dude, come on, stop it. And oh my God, Mark, some of them are just deadly. But I think he gets a kick out of actually doing it in front of Kathy more than anybody else. I think he finds that funny, but that's my guess.
Marissa.
That was my initial guess, Preston, was Kathy, but I thought he actually, like, deep down gets embarrassed to do it in front of Kathy. He knows I get mad at him when it happens on his way into the studio, so I figured the only person that might giggle at it was Preston.
Okay.
Okay. Nick.
I think because it pisses her off so much that he's going to go with Kathy.
And Kathy.
It's so disgusting. It's so awful. Yes, he does do it when there's guests in the studio.
No, he doesn't.
It's the worst smelling thing ever. It's awful. It's so stupid. It's childish. I hate every second of it. But
News Daily Rush video is up, and it features our friend Mr. Tom Papa, who we just had on the other day, and he is in town on Saturday. Tomorrow night, he's playing the Keswick Theater. And the breadmaster calls in to check on Steve's sourdough and reveals that he is also now a TikTok influencer. Casey made him realize that. And you can follow us on Instagram for a first look at the Daily Rush video sponsored by Xfinity's Gig Speed Internet. And you can learn more at Xfinity.com. So if you're going to see Tom Papa this weekend and you got kids, maybe you're getting set for that or doing something else, going out to dinner or whatever it may be. Maybe you've called in the babysitter. Keep an eye on the kids. And I saw this interesting list. And when parents kind of give their rules for the night.
Right.
They're getting ready to leave. They usually impart some things to the babysitter.
Into bed by 10.
Yeah, stuff like that.
Limited smoking and drinking.
Sometimes it can be a little strange. And I saw this list of babysitters that have opened up about the most screwed up parents they've ever worked for. So it's not the kids, it's the parents.
So I babysat that's how I got my way through college. So
And you did well, right?
I worked with a number of families, and there were always rules like that. And I did work for a very strange family. That job lasted a few times, and then I was like, I don't think I'm going to come back anymore.
Do you remember any of the specifics that
I want to
made
hear
you realize?
this. I want to hear this list.
We'll have you jump in a second.
Listen, but as a parent, and my kids are all grown now, or half grown, I guess I should say.
They don't need sitters.
They don't. But I also I have a keener understanding of what parents are going through because especially when the kids are little. It is tough to get them on a schedule. It is tough to keep them on a schedule. And then when you have a new person come in, whether it's a babysitter or a grandparent or an aunt, uncle, whatever, it's really important to keep them on the same schedule because any
goes to hell.
Any deviation can kind of screw things up.
All right, so let me give you some of these examples. Here's one that says, I had to put the kids to sleep with a CD player going, and that wasn't the weird part. It was a recording of their parents basically saying, Molly, you are wonderful. You are a star. You are going to shine bright. And it was several hours long, and apparently they listened to it every night.
I mean, that woman, that mother read that somewhere on a mommy blog and recorded it. I don't think that's terrible. It's a little weird, but that's not terrible.
If you're the babysitter, though, and you're not used to something like that, you're like, whoa, dude, wait to hear what they're doing.
What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
You're not like the other kids. We're really concerned.
I need a follow-up on that. I need to know how Molly's doing these days.
Yes.
Like,
let's see how that went.
Yeah.
All right, here's another.
I'm doing great.
Yeah, right.
I'm very special.
You shine like a star.
I shine like a star. Like a constellation. Seriously.
All right.
I'm a piece of ass.
Here's another one that says the first time I went to their house, they told me about their daughter's very serious peanut allergy. And they walked me through the EpiPen, the prevention, phone numbers of the neighbors who were doctors, and all fine so far. And I took this very seriously. But then
I'd be scared crapless.
The mother puts her hands on my shoulders and said, if she dies, we won't blame you.
Oh, dear God.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
It wouldn't be your fault.
No, that's a tactic. Like, don't you dare.
And the sitter says, while I appreciated the thought, this freaked me the hell out, and I was 100 times less comfortable since then.
Listen, we have 2 other children, so we're still doing pretty well.
Oh, my. I'd be like, no, we're not eating anything at all while I'm here.
Well, and they wouldn't even have to eat, right? If you just simply touch a peanut, right?
Some of the kids, yeah.
All right, how about this one? This says, a single mom once told me to use the bat by the door in the event that the kid's father came by and tried to take them.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
There's a weapon by the front door.
Right.
Good Lord.
Listen, he probably won't come by.
Just in case.
But just in case.
Oh, my God.
I mean, honestly, if that were the case and if that were even a threat, why even have the child be babysat at your house? Why not drop them off somewhere? Do you know what I mean?
There's a level of
God. insanity,
yeah.
Oh, who knows?
You know it's always easy when they come to your house.
Yeah, the babysitter at that point should go, catch you later. I don't want to be here if the ex shows up.
Yep. Another one says a hippie mom that I babysat for was very pregnant and asked that when the baby was born, if I could wrangle the toddler while she gave birth in the bathtub at home. The 2-year-old was to be in the room watching while I explained what was happening.
Oh.
I denied their next
No,
request
thank
for
you.
babysitting. Yeah, exactly. Another one says I had to change the kid's cloth diaper every 2 hours on the dot. The kid was 6.
Oh, jeez.
I assumed it was for some sort of disability or something, but no, his parents just didn't want to potty train him.
Oh, my
and
God.
the kid was content with being babied. And I remember just making the kid put on his own diaper and encouraging him to use the bathroom if he had to go.
6 years old.
And she says, I never went back.
Okay, so this feeds into one of the odd requests, which is the family that I didn't work for very long. She was breastfeeding her children who were 5 and 6.
Okay.
And there was breast milk in the refrigerator. And if I gave them milk with dinner, I had to give them the breast milk.
Oh, wow.
So that we've had whole conversations on that.
Steve, they would run in from the bus from school and run over to her and like pull her shirt up because they were hungry. They needed like a snack after school. I was like, how about goldfish. Do we want to do that?
Yeah.
instead?
What happens when you're in the corporate world and
And I would
Is that my mother? Send her in.
wait, but I would like sit there because so I would get there about that time when the kids were coming home from school. She was going to run out and like do some things or whatever, but she had to give them their snack first, so which was her breast.
Oh my God.
And they would stand there in their little they went to a Catholic school, so they were in their uniforms, and they would run over and like she would have a conversation with me, and the 5 and 6 year old
are suckling.
Yep.
Yep. Is she's standing up and they're
No, she would sit on like the couch, and they would just come run over, and one would start, and then that one would be done, and
There's
the other
a
one
whole
would start
bunch.
up.
Well, I don't know, but to me that would seem that's going to cause issues.
It was
People have their
uncomfortable.
reasons, but that seems a little
It
odd.
was very uncomfortable, and there were other weird things about this family, and I pushed it off onto my roommate. I was like, "Hey, so I have too many babysitting jobs. Do you want to do this one? Here's the thing." And she was like, "It's fine. It's not going to bother me. I'll do it." And she did it for like a couple months, and she was like, "Yeah, I think I'm done with them."
Wow. All right.
That's too much.
You want to jump in with your babysitting stories, feel free to call us 215-263 WMMR's the number. This one's not so weird. I think this is actually not that bad. This one says, this family gave me instructions to let their kids drink chocolate milk, which they were otherwise not allowed to have. And I think they wanted their kids to associate babysitter time with fun time so the parents could go out more often. That's actually not a bad idea.
That's okay, yeah.
To be honest, save that treat for when the babysitter comes, and that way they're not dreading you leaving and, going out for the night.
I remember my fun babysitter when I was a kid. I mean, she was the absolute best. Her name was Kelly. I forget her last name. But, I mean, we would be so excited if our parents were going out and Kelly was watching us.
Did you ever have a babysitter, a female babysitter, that after the parents were gone and everything, that would invite her boyfriend to come over?
No.
I did.
Oh.
You did?
Oh, and they were definitely banging.
Really?
Oh, yeah. And I was probably, how old was I at that time? I was probably like 10 years old, old enough to know some stuff was going on.
So, and your parents obviously never caught wind of it, did they?
I didn't tell them. I didn't really, I don't remember telling them, but
you can have 2 boys over. No more. Just 2.
Just 2. That's it. We do allow the Eiffel Tower, but other than that,
when a threesome becomes an orgy, that's when we get concerned.
We draw the line. Kathy, here's another one. Said that he was told to give him warm milk and a baby bottle right after every dinner. He was a fully abled 10-year-old boy.
Oh,
but that's not breast milk, not quite the same.
Still effed up.
Still a 10. Not
So, all right, I like this one. So she said she was told by the mom, if Brady stands by the door, it just means he needs to go out. Open the door and then let him back inside in a few minutes.
Like a dog.
Brady was a 4-year-old boy. Right, exactly. That's what it says. Not a dog. Here's one. The mom had me put her kids in the car seats and sit in the driveway with all the car doors open while she just hung out inside the house. 5 hours of me standing in the driveway watching them sit inside the car.
That's like child abuse.
That's weird.
Yeah.
And she doesn't give the age at all because sometimes
16 and 18.
Babies kind of like the car seat sometimes.
Yeah.
And they can fall asleep in it, and it can be kind of. So if they were babies, I don't know. Maybe she just needed 5 hours is pretty damn long.
Yeah.
No.
That's a long babysitting session just to begin with.
Another person shared a story that said, on my first day, they sent over an adult male friend of theirs who asked to come in. I said no, and was then told that I was being tested and I had passed.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, so they did a setup.
Yeah, that's weird.
Isn't that weird?
Don't do that.
No, don't do that.
Can I come in and take pictures of the children?
Yeah.
No, you passed.
I mean, listen, if you're like parents are, when they're young, you are cautious and you might do dumb things like that, but that's weird. That's weird for the babysitter.
I see the father going around and putting on like a big mustache and a top hat. I'm new in town and I was looking for children to play with.
Hang on a second. What does this say? Hang on. Let me go to this text. It says the first time. So we lived in the Poconos when I was young. The first time my parents went out, our teenage babysitter was on the phone with her boyfriend, and 3 bears attacked our house, destroying all the trash outside.
Oh, my God.
All right.
That's wild.
I bet maybe they never came back after that. Bears attacked the house.
You might be attacked by a bear tonight.
We'll go to Chelsea. Hey, Chelsea, good morning.
Good morning.
All right.
Hi. So I had to definitely call in.
Okay.
So I have nannied almost all of my adult life.
Yeah.
And the last kids I nannied, which is why I quit, I met them through a family friend, and everything seemed good except for the mom would never meet me. And, I understood she was a registered nurse, super busy. So a month or two goes by, and the dad would slowly send me a text message asking if he could pay me less and less for my services, and told me I was nickeling and diming him. I was like, I'm sorry. It's like,
He was nickeling diming.
That's what a crock of crap.
But it gets worse. So I, sent the mom a message, and I said, hey, look, I was like, I would like to meet you. It's been 2 months. I've been taking care of your kids day in and day out. And she would read my message and left me on red. The dad eventually called me at 11 o'clock at night and was telling me about this story of how he thought his neighbor killed his wife.
What?
And yeah, it was very awkward. And then I was like, oh, geez. And I'm just thinking he must be lonely because his wife is a nurse and not there at night. Then the last time he came to pick up the kids, he was belligerently drunk. And I sent his wife a text message saying, hey, I know we haven't met, but the last time, so-and-so picked the kids up, he was really drunk, took his shoes off, and was relaxing in my house like a human place. I have not heard from them since.
Wow. Do you think she's alive?
Yeah. Were you maybe texting the
second
husband
account
on another phone?
So the odd thing is, the first time I watched the baby, I have kids of my own, and I realized there was rotten food on the bottom of the baby bag, and the mom's all of her wallet, her identification, her nurse's signing key was in there.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just kind of is everything okay? But he said it was.
All right, so
that sounds totally weird.
All right, so when he's talking about his neighbor killing his wife, is there a possibility that maybe he's the neighbor? And
Yeah. That's what I'm
Believe
thinking.
me, it passed my mind. I mean, this was 4 years ago now. I have not seen anything on the news. But yeah, so this is, it was
That's
crazy.
too effed up. I mean, that's completely effed up, especially when he just in general asking to reduce your fee over and over again. That's pretty presumptuous. And then also, what mother would not want to meet eventually the babysitter?
Yeah. Yes.
That's weird.
It's usually the mothers that are the more proactive with that.
Very weird. Thank you, Chelsea. Appreciate it.
Weird.
All right. Nick pulled up the average hourly rate for babysitters in every state. Are you looking at this? You already see it, Casey. What would you guys guess is the average rate, hourly rate
Now?
for a babysitter? Yeah.
Okay.
If you want a good one?
I'm going to say
Average.
I'm going to say between $15 and $20.
Okay. What do you guys think?
That's what I agree.
Yeah, it's $15.24 an hour. So we'd probably do $20 an hour, I guess, if we were,
I mean, if you find someone that you like and can rely on, you're going to want to keep them.
And you don't want to share either.
Yeah.
Once you get a good babysitter, it's because you get clued in as to who's available and who's great with kids. And
401k.
You get protective.
Oh, there was babysitting, stealing.
Oh,
and
yeah. It gets competitive.
I wasn't stolen, but I had a neighbor that asked me. And so I asked the family, I said, she was like, it's fine, but you come here these days. Like you can't not. And I was like, no, I got it.
Yeah, I was pissed if somebody was trying to steal my sitter.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I was using.
Yeah, she got the babysitter you got. Can I hire her?
I had used our interns because I wanted college-age students and stuff. So I used Lizzie and Aaron. No, I never used Peyton.
Okay.
But Nick started using one of them. I don't know. It was
I used
Aaron.
Lizzie a couple of times. She was
I was
great.
like, come on, that's my babysitter.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I guess I pilfered Lizzie. But,
You did.
Peyton, Aaron, Devin
used to sit for us. Yep.
I mean, we were lucky to have access to interns who needed to make a little bit of cash on the side. And
I told you.
They were all great babysitters.
The first time Devin came over, Carter took off all those clothes and ran through the house.
He got so excited.
Carter's pretty smart.
Smart young man.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, let me go to Katie. Hi there, Katie.
Hi, everybody.
Hey, what's up, Katie?
I have a pretty good one. So I had a friend pass on a family to me, and she says they're pretty weird, but they pay really well. So I figured I'd give it a try. I go over. It's this huge, beautiful house, big stone house. There's a 5-year-old boy and a 2-year-old boy. And the mom was super intense. She's saying to me, don't ever leave the 5-year-old alone.
Okay.
If you have to leave the 5-year-old alone, please call me immediately. If you have to make a choice between leaving the 2-year-old and the 5-year-old alone. Leave the 2-year-old alone. Stay with the 5-year-old. You must always have the 5-year-old in your sight. So I do it. They pay me well. It wasn't that bad. The 5-year-old was pretty bad. A week later, I find out the 5-year-old burnt the house down.
Oh, what? The kid was an arsonist.
Oh, my God.
So I didn't ever babysit for them again because I didn't know where they were living.
God almighty. Don't ever leave the 5-year-old alone.
Dude.
You had like a bad seed.
At 5 years old.
Man.
That's wild. And burn the house down. That is crazy.
Not in a disco kind of way.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Katie.
Have a good day, guys.
We're going to burn this mother down. No, literally. He's going to burn the house down like arson. Like that's,
Oh, my
that's
God.
crazy. I will go next to Fran. Hi there, Fran.
Hey, guys. Sorry to call you at work.
Sorry. What's up, Fran?
So many years ago, and Casey, this took place in Rutledge.
Oh, there you go.
No, what? I grew up in Folsom. Yeah, man. I grew up in Folsom. So in Rutledge, lovely house, very crunchy granola.
Yeah.
They said, "Oh, Adam can." Oh, little boy. My bad.
Yeah.
Little boy. You can take him out back, water the plants. So we're outside, we're watering the plants. I noticed that's weed. That's weed. I'm watering weed.
Marijuana.
You were maintaining their pot garden.
Giant marijuana plants.
Wow.
Wow.
So I was like, okay, honey, let's go back in. So later I tell my parents, because I'm young and naive, and I'm like, I think I was just watering marijuana in the backyard of this home. And they're like, oh, you don't know what that looks like. I'm like, all right, okay, I don't know what it looks like. Because I'm like 12 or 13.
Yeah.
So, I go on, I babysit for them. And one time I had to go up into their bedroom, and I noticed a lot of drying plants. Plants were drying.
There you go.
And I
There you
thought,
go.
wow, they're. So I kind of put two and two together. I'm like, this is it's so stupid. Didn't even take any, idiot. So later on, he got older, I got older, whatever. We kind of parted ways. I did notice that the father was driving me home, and he seemed to be driving really, really slow, and his eyes were super red.
Oh, my God.
And again, I didn't know. I was like, oh, maybe. I didn't know. And it was only from Rutledge, and if Casey would, it's only from Rutledge to Folsom. So it was like, boop, boop, like 2 turns.
Yeah.
So later on, I come to find out, dude was arrested.
Oh.
They came in, they busted him, and he went bye-bye.
Wow.
So
That's clearly it. It's like the show Weeds.
So it was a lot, Fran, then I assume, right?
It was a lot. It was plentiful.
Okay. Wow.
But,
I have a few questions. Fran, how old are you?
I'm 55, and I'm a graduate of Ridley.
Okay. So, man, this is probably around the same. Okay. What street?
You want to say that on the air?
They already got arrested. It doesn't even matter. What street was this on?
I want to say Linden.
Oh, my God. Okay.
Now the boy now would be about, my husband did, like 45.
Okay.
44 now.
Right. Well, the meat of the story is the earlier part. Right now we can play. Where are they now?
Yeah. So this is over 30 years ago. Why, Case? What's your concern?
Well, that guy, the boy. This is like my age. This is my jam. And I was in everybody's backyard when I was a kid. So
He is your age, Casey.
Wow.
Yeah, he would be your age.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Fran. We appreciate the story.
You're welcome.
You need to do a
Have a
past
great
life
one.
regression case.
Yeah, you know who it is?
No, I don't know it.
It's Ricky Pothead.
Yeah.
Dad wasn't arrested, but I found his growing operation in his basement.
Did you really?
Yeah.
While you were babysitting?
Yeah. The kids wanted to go in the basement.
You
and
weren't supposed to see this.
the kids wanted to go in the basement and play, and I was like, okay, whatever. And I had babysat for them time after time, and the basement was the dad's. We never went down there. And
Don't go into the basement.
we went down, and I think I was 16. I remember calling my mom. I was like, oh, he has pot in the basement.
No. Romano, don't ever go into the basement. Ever.
And when you're a kid, like I thought it was like a huge deal, and my mom was like, okay, and my mom thought it was a huge deal because I found it, but in reality, like my parents were good friends with them, so they were like, oh, Kathy found so and so's pot. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's where mommy gets your pot.
Not mommy, but daddy.
One last story, then we got a break. I'm going to Catherine. Hi, Catherine.
Hi, guys. Dilly Belotted.
Dilly Belotted. What's up?
So I was a nanny, and it was a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old. And both parents worked. The dad was working from home one day, and he had a downstairs office. And, I'm playing with him, and the little 2-year-old, Daddy, and goes running into his office. I'm like, oh, no, like he must be on a call or something. I got to go grab her. And I open up the office door, and I can see the computer screen, and he's looking at porn.
Oh.
And I'm like, working hard.
Right.
Oh, and it's babysitter porn.
So I very quickly, put my head down to the ground and was looking at the 2-year-old, like, come on, let's leave Daddy alone. And he, very quickly was, hitting the keyboard really fast and trying to turn it off. And it was horrible. It was the most uncomfortable moment of my life.
Did it affect you in that you quit going there, or were you okay with that?
Ironically enough, it wasn't too long after that they ended up getting divorced.
Oh.
But from then on in, you didn't shake his hand, right?
I steered clear of him. It was really, really awkward.
Wow. All right. Thanks, Catherine. We appreciate the call.
Guys.
Yeah. A lot of weird things can happen when you're doing your babysitting throughout the year. So interesting. Thank you for sharing the stories. We do appreciate it. We do, however, have to take a break because we have a guest coming up. It's going to be Liesl Welchel. You remember her from The Facts of Life. She played Blair. But she got something else to talk about, so we'll do that in a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Tulip Festival at Dalton Farms in Swedesboro, New Jersey. Fun for the whole family. We'll take caller number 10. Countless Instagrammable opportunities amid acres of springtime tulips, plus a 6-acre lake with local food, drinks, and entertainment on the weekends for hours. Directions and to purchase tickets online, visit DaltonFarmsNJ.com. Caller number 10. You get a 4-pack. We'll be back in a moment.
Response at how angry it makes me, so I went with Preston.
Oh, there's an interesting look at it. Steve?
I'm going to echo Kathy's sentiment and say Preston. Yeah.
Wow. All right, Casey.
I will have to say, because he's not an official member of the show, but an honorable mention goes to Chuck. I mean, if he were going to be a part of this, I would say Chuck D'Amico, because Chuck...
He laughs at you.
He loves this. He says that my farts have personality, and they do. But I absolutely love farting in front of Preston.
I would have thought Kathy.
Yeah, no.
Kathy.
Even when he gets mad, when they're silent ones, sometimes I sit there and I just wait for him to smell it.
Well, I'll just
sit next to each other.
So Mark will be sitting here, and I'll see Preston start to go.
Sometimes, I have Lysol back here.
Oh, my.
And Preston will just be in the middle of talking, and there'll just be a little...
I'll just hear that. Oh, my God. I'm learning more about this show.
I really do go into other rooms. If we have guests in the studio...
You've gotten better.
Yeah.
You've gotten better. What are the totals on the points
I can't remember who answered Preston on that one.
Steve did.
I did.
And Kathy and Marissa.
Kathy.
Yes.
All right, so Marissa's now in the lead.
4.
With 4. Steve's got 3. Kathy's got 3. Nick's got 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Kathy is our next subject.
All right.
It's not a stretch of the imagination to say that if Kathy Romano had written the musical Rent, we would not be singing Seasons of Love and instead would be singing Seasons of Activities.
Yes.
Fall, winter, spring, or summer, which season will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities?
Oh.
I got it.
That's a great question.
Yep. Will Kathy say yields her favorite time-killing, energy-sucking activities? Is it winter, spring, summer, or fall?
Okay.
And we're going to start with Steve.
This is sort of a tough one, but I know that Kathy and I share a lot of the similar loves of the various holidays. And now while Christmas is a
That's why you should have saved me on that ship.
Christmas is a money shot. I think, though, the stuff that happens around fall, between Thanksgiving and Halloween.
Oh, all that stuff.
Yeah, all that stuff, and all of the access to it is
and with an 8-year-old, you're busy doing. Yeah, I got it.
Right.
Okay.
And
Nick?
all that stuff.
Yeah, I think just because I think it's your favorite time of year that you love the season itself that I went with fall as well.
Ah.
Fall activities.
Marissa.
Because they're so universal, they happen inside and outside, and I'm pretty sure it was your very first list. I'm guessing that. I went fall.
Fall activities.
Preston.
I'll just hit this. Yes.
And Casey.
I'll just hit this.
Fall activities.
And we'll go to Kathy and find out that the answer is...
So although summer is my favorite time of year, I get depressed when summer is over, and the way I get over my depression is through fall activities.
Everybody Everybody wins on that one. Wow, that's good.
Cool.
On the second question about Kathy on the Preston and Steve Show, Kathy is often playfully painted as a somewhat asexual being who thinks foreplay is laying down a protective tarp. Remind me to tell you Dr. Ruth's story a little bit later. That said, what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship? While we're looking for a closet in weeks.
Marissa and I are going to differ.
This is Kathy. We will allow your answer to be in years.
So we're looking for weeks.
Yeah.
Weeks?
The closest in weeks. Yeah, we're looking for closest in weeks. This is Kathy.
Hold on, I need a calculator.
Well, yeah.
So
what will Kathy say is an appropriate amount of time for a woman to wait before getting intimate in a new relationship?
All right.
All right. People are writing their answers down. You're in? Well, I don't think so. Casey.
Okay. This is a really, really tough one. I don't think you're as prudish as one would think. But like first date, 1 week, no. 2 week, no. 3 weeks, no. 4 weeks, I think is a nice, safe assumption.
All right, Casey.
About a
weeks.
month.
About a month. Marissa.
I said that Kathy would approve of holding hands after 3 months.
Whoa! Wow.
12 weeks.
Oh, Preston.
I think she's more of a slut than we believe she is. And I'd say Kathy would be cool. That maybe not for herself, but if she were to give advice, I'd say 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That's a short one, yeah.
All right. Steve?
I agreed with Casey, and I think 4 weeks seems about right.
Okay. Nick?
First of all, I can't wait to hear that Dr. Ruth story. And then, second of all, I went with 3 weeks.
All right. It's all over the board.
Wow.
Kathy, are you a prude?
Okay, so I'm going to go initially with when I read this question, what my answer was going to be. And the question is going from one relationship to the next, how long you should wait in between, correct?
Yes.
Oh,
I thought it was after the first date.
After the
how long
first
to have sex?
getting intimate date, before getting intimate with someone.
Okay, so you meet somebody, how long will it take before you...
Right.
Yeah, as they used to say, make whoopee.
Oh, all right. Okay. So from the first date. All right, then I need to rethink this because if it was from one relationship to another, I was going to say 24 weeks, 6 months.
Okay.
But I'm going to say, after the first date, and I forget what everybody said, but I'm going to say 4 weeks.
Wow.
All right, so point each.
All right, Steve, you are now tied with Marissa at 5.
All right.
I have 3. Kathy has 3. Preston has 3. And Nick has 4 going into the... Nick, you are stuck with 4.
I'm done.
You're done.
That's right, because Nick is going to... Wait,
we have Marissa as well.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so there's still a chance for everybody.
We'll do Nick. A penny saved is a penny earned is more than just a maxim. It's also what you whisper in Nick's ear to make him horny. And while we kid Nick about his frugal way of life, who will he say is the next cheapest person on the show? So Nick being the cheapest, who would be the next cheapest human on the show?
Who
15
will Nick
seconds.
say? Yes.
Yeah, Nick will say this person is the next
I got
cheapest.
this one.
You got this one?
Yeah,
we'll start with you then, Preston.
I think that that somebody who knows a good bargain and is the queen of returns would absolutely look, and she looks for coupons all the time. She looks for special deals. It's got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
Got to be Kathy.
My wife's the same way.
Yep.
All right, Casey.
When you said Queen of Returns, I was so relieved that you didn't say me. But I was thinking the same exact thing. She never pays for shipping. Yeah, so Kathy Romano. No doubt.
Okay. Marissa?
I actually think that Casey's family is just, I think your wife is the same, and I think your family, and I think it bleeds onto you a little bit. So I'd say Casey.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, in a good way. All great ways.
Kathy?
Oh, okay. So I did not think of myself. I don't think of myself as cheap, although I love a coupon and don't like to pay for shipping. I won't not buy it if I don't find the coupon.
Really?
Yeah, and just because.
But you like quality too, though.
Yes,
so,
and I like quality items as well. I went with Preston because I believe that Nick and Preston, when we talk about tipping conversations, they always have a similar opinion. So so I went with Preston.
Okay. And what is, just briefly, what is your tipping deal?
Just that Steve always goes over the top, and they'll do like the standard tip, like what's listed, and and not really go over.
Tip based on performance, not just
Right.
Steve is going to tip over tip no matter what.
I always over tip. I always do. Steve.
So, and for that reason, because Preston is not cheap at all, but we have those conversations on air, and when we talk about the tipping, those two will take that angle, and so I said Preston.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Nick, survey says.
Well, it turns out that Kathy and Steve are right. I went with Preston.
Oh, wow.
And it was because of the way that we think about stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And because you're kind of cheap.
He's very generous.
Just joking. Relax.
See my bill from the vacation I just took?
Do you hate it when they include the tip without asking you?
No.
That doesn't bother you?
That doesn't bother me. In fact, added gratuities I'm fine with. But if I did get service that was not good, I think that it reflects on the tip. I mean, absolutely.
Do you talk to the server and say this is why?
No.
Never done that.
I can't tell you the last time that I had really bad service and I left anything less than 20%.
Okay.
But I mean, but I usually 20% is about right for me. So
okay. Okay. Second question about Nick. Anyone who knows Nick knows his passion for music and his love of both Eddie Vedder and Dave Matthews. I hate Dave Matthews. This begs the question: which of the following two scenarios will Nick pick? Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs. Or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs.
Wow.
Steve Morrison, you are a sick man.
I love that I got a gay joke and a cheap joke.
Yes. So Eddie violates Nick while Dave Matthews directs, or Dave Matthews violates Nick while Eddie directs. All right, that's what we're looking for. We're going to start with Steve.
Well, I thought about this, obviously.
Apparently you have.
And I think that Nick holds both of these gentlemen in high regard, but I think Nick is more concerned with how Eddie would think of him, so he would prefer to have Eddie direct him being violated by Dave Matthews.
Eddie directs is what you're saying.
Right.
Okay, Kathy?
No, I went opposite. I think that Eddie definitely violates him because if a man is going to violate him, it's going to be Eddie Vedder, and it's just a bonus that Dave is there. So
Just a what?
A bonus that Dave is there.
Okay.
So
It's just a bonus.
That's interesting.
he can direct.
All right, Marissa?
I think that Nick probably enjoys Eddie's voice more, so Eddie directs.
And we've got
and I drew a picture.
visual aids.
Wow. She drew a picture.
Oh, my.
I thought it would be mouth and not.
No, it's from behind.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
Preston.
Creative ingenuity.
You know what? This is actually, I have a new band name from this.
What is it?
Grunge Cuck.
Grunge cuck. I love
Grunge
it.
Cuckle. I think that Nick's deep love for Eddie Vedder would mean that he would want him deep inside of him. So I'm going to go with Eddie violating while Dave directs.
Oh,
Wow.
Yeah.
And Casey Boy.
I did the same thing. I think he would love to have Eddie in him, and also opposite of what you were saying, Marissa. I think he likes Dave's speaking voice more.
That's interesting.
But when Dave Matthews sings, he sounds like a billy goat to me. Okay, I don't know.
He does kind of,
He does, right?
But maybe in the
Mumbles a little
bedroom,
bit.
it's a little bit more.
Could be.
I genuinely appreciate all the thought that all you guys put into each, and the drawing, Marissa, was the pièce de résistance. But I'm going to go with, I would love to have sex with Eddie Vedder no matter what.
And Dave is directing.
Yeah, Dave is directing.
How do we do on the points on that one, Casey?
I don't remember.
I didn't get a point.
I did.
Okay.
All right, and then Preston, what did you say?
I did. I got a point, yeah.
All right, so we have Preston at 5, Marissa at 5, Kathy at 5, Steve at 6, Casey at 4.
So Steve at 6.
God bless our callers. They've been on hold for 30 minutes now. That's
Sorry, guys.
Hang in there, guys.
So
All
sorry
right.
about that.
We leave the best for last. Marissa. It is no secret that Marissa spends a lot of time out on the town attending the trendiest events, often having to check her license to remember where she lives. Of all the multitude of events, parties, clubs, etc. that Marissa attends or frequents, which will she admit makes her feel the most pompous? All right, she goes to events. Whenever I used to live here, I'd run into her at 2 in the afternoon and 2 in the morning. And the question is, which of all the events she goes to makes her feel the most pompous? interesting question. We're going to start with Steve.
This, to me, even as writing the question, I thought, is this too easy? But I figured, what the hell, why not go for it? I'm going to have to say dinner en blanc.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yes.
Fancy schmancy events.
Right.
Absolutely. Okay, Kathy?
I said the same thing just because I think she knows the joke behind it and that we all kind of laugh. Yeah, laugh that she's going again.
Nick?
The name itself is pompous, so I went with dinner en blanc.
Okay. Preston?
I actually know it's her favorite event, though, so I don't know if it would be considered the most pompous, but I couldn't think of another more pompous event, so I went with dinner en blanc as well.
Casey?
I honestly couldn't think of anything but dinner en blanc.
All right, so Marissa.
All right, so I thought about this long and hard, and I thought about picking up and going to Europe or Cuba or, just going to some random new Mark Vetri restaurant or something. And all of these, you guys make fun of me for being pompous. But even though I feel like it isn't that pompous, but I'm also just defending it, it's got to be dinner en blanc.
All right, so the scores remain the same. Steve is still in the lead with 7 correct answers, I believe, now.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, and so the only ones that can either tie are Kathy and Preston.
Okay. All right, last question. To walk a mile in Marissa's shoes is to see the world at a sub-nose level. Which show member? Oh, my God, I can't believe this is the last question.
Oh, my God.
Which show member will Marissa say has the most out-of-control nose hair or cave bats situation? Wow. She's short. She looks up in various places that they think others don't. Preston is in the lead. We could have a potential tie. Then we will go to a tiebreaker question. I have no idea what that is, but we'll figure it out. We're going to start with Casey.
Okay. So it couldn't be me because I pick my nose all the time. So there's virtually never any bats in the cave. I got to go with Preston on this one. I don't really have any other explanation of him.
All right, Preston.
You know what? I've brought this up several times that Marissa has to view nose hairs regularly. I'm the tallest member of the show, so I gotta put myself in that category. She probably sees the most. Yep.
Nick,
I'm hoping it's not me, but I'm gonna go with Preston as well.
Season 3 of Collector's
I went
Call.
with Preston as well.
I'm a huge fan.
It's on at 6:30 Sundays on Me TV, and if you think you have a collection, you should see what these other people have.
There's great stuff, and she's the perfect host for it. And I'm perpetually fascinated by these things that people collect, and I'm very excited.
Casey pulled up the Facts of Life theme. I'm not going to play it.
Not going to do it?
She's heard it. She's heard it so much in her life.
Part.
Oh, shut up. It is a great song.
It is.
But we're going to welcome Lisa Welch. Hi, Lisa. Good morning.
Good morning. You know what? Your listeners will thank you because that song gets stuck in your head.
Oh, yes, it does.
At the end of the day.
Written by Alan Thicke, which I always like to reminisce about. Yeah, which is pretty cool. I thought it was, right?
Yes.
And his wife, Gloria Loring, sang the theme song.
Yep, they were the writing team when they were married.
All right, so Lisa, kudos on the 3rd season of this. Did you think this had the legs to keep going as it has?
Well, I thought it did. We hit a road bump with, obviously, with the pandemic because we had filmed 2 seasons, and then, and the premise of the show is I go into people's homes and see these vast collections. And trust me, there's no room to stand 6 feet apart because there's not 6 feet in any of these houses that's not covered in collections. And so we were wondering how we were going to be able to pull that off. But we filmed a few shows via Zoom remotely, which turned out to be great because we were able to cover some shows like an incredible Harry Potter show in England and another show in Australia, and so it turned out to be a kind of a blessing in disguise, but I'm glad to be back on the road.
Yeah, I've seen, and I kid you not, I've seen every episode. I love stuff like this. I collect some stuff myself, and there's a certain passion with people that do this stuff, and you are the perfect sort of neutral host. You are interested in the stuff. You may not be a collector yourself, but you're very kind to the people who sometimes are collecting very bizarre things. But I think you guys did a great job with the whole Zoom thing. But I think it's important for you to be there and be be surrounded by these sometimes hoarder level collections.
I agree with you, but it's fascinating to me that what appears to be hoarders to those on the outside, they actually have a system and they know where everything is, where they got it, how they got it, how much they spent for it, the story behind it. So there's a method to their madness.
You know, it's amazing, Lisa, and again, I've not missed an episode, and sometimes you'll encounter people who have literally converted their home, their residence, into, from wall to wall, all four walls, a museum to whatever they're collecting.
That is so true. We actually have a collector this season who collects Doctor Who, and he has transformed this entire out back house into what he calls a Whoseum, and it is museum worthy.
Of all these things, you've had some celebrities. You've had Ralph Garman, who's a good friend of Kevin Smith, and in radio for many years. He has a fantastic Batman collection, and he had like a hidden Batcave and so on and so forth. Do we have anybody on the celebrity level for season 3?
Yeah, actually we do. We've been doing more of that in season 3, which I'm really glad. Anytime the producers can get a little special moment, kind of a shout out from, either the maker of the toys or the musician where they collect the guitars or, somebody really directly related to the collection, just to kind of shout out from saying, hey, I see you. I see that you've devoted your life to, what I created, and I appreciate it. It's one of my favorite moments of the whole show because, these people give their life to this, and to have the person that they've really given their life to validate them means so much.
Lisa, what is the most collected either genre or item that you guys encounter? Because I'm sure loads of people contact you and say you need to see my collection. So I immediately think of like Star Wars or something along those lines. Right. What are ones that are really popular that people collect?
That's a really, really good question. I don't know because we really haven't covered anything twice. But I will say it's not really answering your question directly. But what I have noticed is over 3 seasons, for whatever reason, they seem to have created a pinball machine to fit every collection.
Nice.
Just have a pinball machine.
No, you're right. I wanted also to tell people who haven't seen the show, you actually have an expert who's sort of appraising what they collect there, and you get sort of a dollar figure. And we're talking, some of the collections are into 7 figures and above that you're encountering. What turned out to be the most expensive or most valued collection that you've encountered so far, Lisa?
The movie poster collection was in the 7 figures. I believe that this the premiere episode was in the 7 figures. But I'll say what really stood out for me the most was the Elvis Presley collection this season. It was a gentleman and his wife, and they lived in, I don't know if it was like a double-wide trailer or just a, kind of a tiny home in the middle of nowhere next to some train tracks. The house couldn't have cost more than $40,000. And their Elvis Presley collection was worth over $1 million, and yet there was never a consideration to sell any of it and live anywhere else. They just live in this little place surrounded by the kings.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's funny. So, Lisa, I grew up in the 80s. I mean, the facts of life, all that stuff was right in my wheelhouse, right in like the center point of my childhood. I wish that I would have hung on to just a quarter of my toys, and not even for monetary, but just for nostalgic reasons, like my old Star Wars figures, my old He-Man, my WWF wrestlers and stuff like all of that stuff. I would love to just have, to put on display, not to sell, not to even find out how much it's worth, because it probably wouldn't even be worth anything.
So you understand these people.
I really do. But I also want to ask, did you have that foresight when you were on The Facts of Life? Do you have anything from the set of The Facts of Life, or any, perhaps one of your uniforms from the school?
I sure wish I did, but I did not have the foresight to do that either. And Nancy McKeon did. She thought and asked for the Edna's Edibles open and close sign when in season 3 it burnt down. So she has that, and that is, that is a coveted item for sure.
Well, there was somebody who collected some things that pertain to The Facts of Life and other just television stuff in general. I think he had you sign some of the deal. I wanted to ask you about the episode, the special episode they did with The Facts of Life in different strokes. They did them with different actors and actresses portraying the iconic characters. You were portrayed, I believe you were portrayed by Jennifer Aniston, correct?
That's right.
Yeah, and what was it like being there and going to do that?
Wow, that was one of the most fun times I've had in the last few decades. It was, I was just kind of geeking out myself. I was getting to meet Jennifer Aniston and Jon Stewart and Will Arnett and Jason Bateman, Catherine Hahn. I was like, oh my gosh. And then, but what I didn't count on was that they all grew up on our show, so there was kind of just this mutual geeking out going on.
No, that's great. Yeah, no, it's well deserved. I mean, it means, as you talk about, you're part of something that means a lot. Well, obviously, in this show means a lot to me as well. But that as somebody who gets involved, and you seem to be a very positive person, that has to make you feel fantastic.
It really does, and my kids got to see it. It was live in front of a studio audience. They got to be in the studio audience, and so obviously they weren't even, a twinkle in my eye when I was filming it. It was the first time they actually got to experience what was such a big part of my life, and so that just made it exponentially memorable.
That's awesome. Excellent. Well, Lisa, with Collector's Call, if we have people that are listening right now, they got a pretty impressive collection and are interested in being a part of, let's say, season 4, how do they get in touch with you guys?
Thanks so much for asking. We have a pretty strong presence on social media, and so just go to Facebook or Instagram and look for Collector's Call. There's also a link through my website, lisawelcher.com. And then there's a thing to fill out, and then if it looks promising, the producers will give you a call and have a conversation about seeing if we can make it happen.
Excellent. All right, well, congratulations on the 3rd season. Sunday, 6:30, MeTV. That is where you can catch Collector's Call. Thank you, Lisa Welchel, for being on the show this morning.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you later. Bye-bye. All right, oh, and yeah, I can play.
On the way out?
On the way out, I'll play that. So, but
Yes, you did.
you know what I thought was pretty damn funny? What was that show? It was a series. It is now, give me a second here, from Married with Children, Bundy, the daughter.
Christina Applegate.
Christina Applegate and the other gal, Hawkeye's wife.
Yep.
Dead to Me.
Yes.
Dead to Me. There's a scene where they're getting to know each other, and she calls Christina Applegate Blair. If they were on the Facts of Life, that she would have been Blair, and she almost gets in a fight, like a physical fight with her. Do you ever effing call me Blair? Freaks out over that. I love it. But that's they're those characters that they played. It was a type, I mean, you're a Blair and you're a Joe and you're a Tootie, And
I was just
that.
watching Romeo and Michelle over the weekend, and they get in a big, massive fight over who would be Mary Tyler Moore and who would be Rhoda.
There you go. Nice. All right, listen, it is No Sad Bro Friday, and the junk drawer, she is full. Ooh. We need to clean her out. So let's flip it over, dig around, see what stories we can find. Here I go. There I go.
By the way, I'm doing that live. I'm applying that far, and I think I did it very good. This might be my best time ever.
All right, and that was me really reaching into the drawer, rooting around in there. So, cherry blossoms.
Yes.
The blooming cherry blossoms are coming out as we speak, because we had that little...
the cherry blossoms.
I was going to go with this one instead.
We had that little warm-up. And by the way, the greenery has really sprouted. It's fantastic. And we're going to get this cool down this weekend, and it sucks. But things have advanced a little quickly because we had that little boost. And Philadelphia has a wealth of...
Get to friggin' sleep.
Philadelphia has a wealth of cherry trees.
We do.
Of varying types. I've seen... we have no loons, but... Nice shot, Norman.
Nah, man, you blew its head off. God damn it.
All right, Philadelphia has a wealth of cherry trees. I've seen several that are blooming, varying types, and they add touches of pink and white and purple around the area. And the Morse Arboretum predicts that the peak bloom dates begin next week. So it's already started, but peak will be next week, March 28th.
I'm right near Morse Arboretum.
I love it.
It's beautiful.
Then you'll have a chance to really see them. So Sandy Poyakov is the head gardener at the Shofuso Japanese Cultural Center and projects the peak dates to view cherry blossoms in Fairmont Park to be the first 2 weeks in April.
They are gorgeous to see when they're fully in bloom.
Averaging around April 8th or so.
This is just cherry blossoms, not everything.
Right, just cherry blossoms.
So I'll tell you what, Preston is right. A lot of stuff is coming up like a little prematurely.
Right, but cherry blossoms come early and then they go away kind of quickly. So
that's such a shame because next week is going to be rainy and cold.
I know. Yeah, we're gonna we have a turn, so it sucks. But nonetheless, there is premiere viewing time coming up soon.
Are the first to pop the semen trees?
No. They're fairly early, but they're not as early
Not
as
yet?
these. Not yet, no. Yeah, because I have a big one in my backyard.
You do.
And nothing yet. I do, don't I, Kat?
Just joking.
I like when the petals come off the cherry trees because it looks like it snowed around them at the base. You ever notice that?
It looks like a scene out of Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah.
I have not.
I don't know what you mean by Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, like in his Japanese garden, and like Oh,
okay.
He has a love of Japanese cinema, and so you'll see all this.
If you get a nice day at the end of next week or whatever, or actually probably 2 weeks from now, when the wind picks up a little bit of breeze, it looks like almost like a snow shower when the petals come off.
So DC gets the rep for being a cherry blossom.
It's this week for DC. They're a little bit ahead of us, and so they have all the cherry trees and the blossoms around the tidal pools, and people go down and.
Is that why it is? Because of where they're located? They have a whole bunch of them?
Yeah, and it is impossible to get a hotel room in DC this weekend.
Oh, no really?
For this very reason. Yeah, people come from around the world to see the cherry blossoms in DC. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
No, man, let's go to DC. Why don't you go?
He just hates her. And I don't know why they stay together, but they do. All right, anyhow, so cherry blossom peak season next week to begin the peak is next week. I don't know if you guys saw this news story this morning or not, but a fire broke out at the Denver Broncos Stadium.
Yeah, it was serious.
Yesterday. Yeah, it was pretty big. Several sections of seats that were just inflamed, and I don't know how the fire broke out. Yeah, it's
Well,
pretty
they say
wild.
that's the last time they'll do a acetylene torch night.
So it was in the fourth level at Empower Field at Mile High.
I think it started in one of the suites, is what they were saying this morning.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then it spread from there.
Yeah, we're looking at pictures of it. That's a big blaze.
That's substantial.
Yeah. Stadium officials said the fire took place in a construction zone.
I hope it wasn't a chicken finger chafing dish.
Near the East Club Lounge. Well, they're not. Nobody's playing in there right now. It's pretty much vacant. So they just play football there, right?
Correct.
Is that?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, it's Mile High's just where the Broncos. Maybe they play soccer there.
The stadium officials said the fire took place in a construction zone near the East Club Lounge, but investigators haven't said what caused it yet. But there were around 100 people that were attending an event on the second level. So I don't know if they were involved in that or not, but no injuries were reported.
Okay, I understand how the fire can start in a suite, but outside of the suite, how
burning?
Yeah.
The seats, the actual material on the seats, because I think they're seats, in case you're covered.
So it's like a cushiony.
It's not like hard plastic. I think it's got a cushion.
There is
on
an oily rag seat cover that they use, and that's probably problematic.
In hindsight, not a good idea.
Speaking of fires, I was so sad to see this. There is a little shop. It's been open for years, and I know the woman who owns it, her mother started it as a tennis shop. It's in Newtown on State Street, and then the daughter took over and sort of turned it into like a workout. They have tennis stuff there as well, but it's workout clothes. But yesterday morning, it caught fire.
Oh, no.
And, I don't know how bad it was, but there's apartments above it, so I'm not sure if it's where it started or whatever.
Sucks.
But I know, just a small family-owned business, and I hope that it says temporarily closed on their website. I hope
You know
they're
the
not.
name of it?
It's called the Pro Shop of Newtown.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Time to remodel, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sucks. Wow. All right, let me see what else we got here. All right, this came from Monday. Christie's Auctions announced that it will sell Andy Warhol's 1964 shot sage blue Marilyn portrait.
Such a classic.
Of Marilyn Monroe for an estimated $200 million.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. The auction house said that it expects the painting to become the most expensive 20th century artwork when it goes up for auction in May in New York. In a statement, Christie's described the 40-inch by 40-inch silk screen work as one of the rarest and most transcendent images in existence.
I'm not an art guy, but when we were in the Art Institute of Chicago, they had a bunch of Andy Warhol stuff there, and I was like, okay, this to me is an iconic look,
right?
Just what he does, and so looking at this picture, it's pretty insane to believe that that's a painting and that's not just like a colorized photo of her. Do you know what I mean?
I'm not sure how it was achieved. I'm not sure if it was not like a rotoscoped photo.
Well, it was on silk, so I thought maybe it was a silk screened thing, but it was definitely painted.
Well, no, when you said painting, that's what That's
a good question. Nick, pull up the information on that, and it should explain what type of medium it is. If it's oil on canvas and things like that, they're usually labeled that way in galleries.
So pop art was kind of what he, like with the famous Campbell's soup can, all that stuff. I always found his stuff interesting.
Yeah, me too.
And I know that, Nick, you had gone through with your girlfriend who is an artist, and she was able to point out things to you that normally you just kind of sort of gloss over, that like, hang on.
This must have been during his Love Boat period.
Well, no, your eyes are perceiving shade over here, but that's actually, it's blue.
Oh, yeah,
right?
I have an untrained eye when it comes to it, and she's a professional artist, and so she'll say to me and show me things where it's like, there's a reason why the artist did it here, and I would never have picked up on that without. Yeah. It's like if you get a good tour at a museum, they're going to point out things to you that you're just not going to see on your own, and that's what she was doing for me.
Shapes and colors, things like that. I have a hard time looking beyond the big.
Right.
You know what I mean? And diving in and looking at really what that is, how they put that paint on there and made it look like it's, a reflection or whatever it may be.
Obviously, we almost always only see the finished product. What it takes to get to the finished product, to me, is fascinating, because the number of layers that you have to do, where they start, the stuff that goes on first before it comes to the end, like that to me that's why they are artists. That's why they are the skill. And somebody like Warhol was an original.
There's a perfect example of that, and what your eye is perceiving and being suggested by the different colors. It used to be big in movies and still used a little bit, what they call matte paintings. So they would do, like a famous matte painting artist like Albert Whitlock could take a city and paint the skyline in a way to make it look dystopian. And so if you look at it from back, it looks, oh my God, those buildings are destroyed. When you get close, you're just seeing there's not even really definable building shapes, but your eye assimilates it in that way and says that's the rubble of some building.
The tricks that you can do is pretty amazing in places like Disney and Universal Studios will use things like forced perspective.
Yes.
So like when you're walking up and you're seeing Hogwarts Castle and you're like, my God, it's gigantic.
Yes.
No, they just make the stuff that's on the top smaller.
Yep.
So it looks like it's further away and you think that it's bigger than it actually is.
Huh. Wow.
It's incredible what artists can do. By the way, it says here, Casey, Warhol first began creating silk screens of Monroe following her death in August 1962. And I don't really know how silk screening works. I've seen it done, but I don't know all the details behind that. Marissa?
So there's a really great documentary right now on Andy Warhol on Netflix. It's a little wild. It's a little eccentric. But it shows him making those silk screens where you, it's kind of like if you guys have ever seen a t-shirt press where they put the paint on
and then
it
they roll they
like scrape it back and forth. That's what the silk screening is.
All right, so that's what this would
is.
be.
Yeah, but Rob Lowe is in the documentary. I think
Rob Lowe?
Yeah. Who knew that he was one of those Warhol people?
Yeah.
But they talk about how much he would be in heaven right now with the Kardashians.
Oh,
he loves.
Yep.
That's why he was on the Love Boat.
Yeah,
He's a fan of pop culture.
Wow.
And Casey, to answer your original question, it did start with photographs. So Warhol used photographic images for his silk screens.
Okay.
And so this photo, you would use a photograph of Marilyn Monroe and then silk screen it to get to the finished product.
So, but it was his choice of the colors
Yes.
and the layout of it that made it so iconic, and just an image. It wasn't necessarily him taking a paintbrush to canvas.
Okay.
It's amazing
Marissa?
stuff.
Yeah, it goes through and it talks about how he got to start like drawing doodles in Harper's Bazaar for different fashionistas.
Yeah.
And then he went into photography, and then it wasn't until the soup can that his career took off, like decades later.
Wow. Okay. So he produced 4 known as the shot Marilyns, all equal in size with different colored backgrounds. A shot sage blue Marilyn portrait has her with a pink face, ruby lips, yellow hair, and blue eyeshadow set against a sage blue backdrop. At an unveiling at Christie's headquarters in Manhattan, Rotter said that the portrait stood alongside Sandro Botticelli's Birth of Venus, Leonardo da Vinci's Mona Lisa, and Pablo Picasso's Les Demoiselles, I can't pronounce that, as categorically one of the greatest paintings of all time. Christie's is selling that on behalf of Thomas and Doris Amann Foundation. And by the way, in 1998, Sotheby's sold the orange Marilyn one for $17 million, but this one is priced at $200 million.
You know how much it sold for in 1967?
No.
$5,000.
No kidding.
Imagine buying that.
Oh, my God.
I know.
That's crazy. All right, let's see what else we got here. Junk drawer. The NFL is teaming up with Status Pro, a sports tech and gaming startup that specializes in extended reality experiences using athlete data on an NFL licensed virtual reality simulation video game.
Okay, what's the name of this company?
Sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
They're called Status Pro.
Okay, so buy the stock in that right now. Because if the NFL, multi-billion-dollar industry that it is, if they're getting behind it, I have played a VR. I have a VR game. It's a
football game.
Yeah, so it's a Patrick Mahomes VR football game. And it's pretty wild. I mean, you're throwing passes to people. You have a rush coming in, defensive rush coming in. And
that's pretty cool.
It is really, really neat. Now, the graphics are,
Yeah.
Well,
They'll
to
get
make
there,
them
though.
flow,
okay.
like, for example, they've gotten better and better, like with the PS VR and with the Oculus. There's a lot of pretty seamless stuff, but it's still a little bit more, and it'll be, where you those moments that take you out of the game.
Yeah.
But this is cool. We're looking at a little bit of it now, Case. It looks pretty wild.
So, Case, how do you move to get out of the way of the rushers and stuff like that? Do you use a joystick or?
Well, no, you got to like duck and step to the side and
so
stuff.
you do physically move a little bit.
You skip to the loo, my darling.
Because listen, we have Oculus at home, and sometimes you can end up on the other side of the room and not even realize it. And you're like, oh my god,
Preston, though, some of my favorite videos are people with the things on. There's one where a dude runs squarely into the wall. You just see him there, and he's obviously reacting to something, and then he just full bore runs into the wall.
There's one where this guy's doing a boxing one, and this little kid walks in, and I feel horrible, but I mean, he connects, just punches him right in the face, and is like, oh, dude, he felt horrible.
The guy punching the TV is pretty hilarious, too.
So the game is slated to be available on Meta Quest, which is now, that's Oculus, right?
Yeah,
isn't it?
Yeah, META.
And Sony PlayStation VR headsets, but otherwise there are scant details. The league and Status Pro say that the game will let users play like a professional football player through a first-person 3D immersive experience. Additional info, including release dates and pricing, will be announced at a later date. I think like LeBron James is going to be investing in this. I read a list of investors.
Ready Player One was on last night, Preston, and they have like he's on that mat that moves. That where you can see
omnidirectional.
Yeah, so if you get something that's immersive like that, that's the next level. I think that is the game changer in. Like for example, I'm playing Resident Evil 4 on the Oculus.
Yeah.
Again, and it's a really cool experience. And I'm good with the movement, and obviously it's loading quickly. But if you had that ability to be actually walking on a mat, and walking around
and running if you want to, and not have to fear of going
running
anywhere.
into a wall,
And imagine what that sensation would feel like. You would think that you're really running in a real environment. You know what I mean?
If you take the element of as immersive as it is now in their time, I mean, you get. If you were nervous playing a regular 2D, and sometimes I would with Resident Evil,
Scary games,
I'd get really scary.
Yep.
In this level, forget it.
Yeah, and Press, I thank you for turning me on to that World War I flying game, which is really cool.
It's wild.
Yeah, and for me, just
feels
because
real.
It feels real. You're not going super duper fast, but you have this sensation, and you're looking all around. You're like, okay, I got these guys on my tail, or these people below. It's neat.
Yep. A lot of good stuff in the VR world, and it's going to get more and more immersive and better tech as we go along. All right, back into the junk drawer. A new male contraceptive is on the horizon. University of Minnesota researchers say that they've created a non-hormonal form of male birth control. But the research is only preliminary. They say it works by targeting how our bodies interact with vitamin A, which is known to be essential to fertility in mammals. The hope is their finding would be enough to induce long-lasting but reversible sterility with few side effects elsewhere in the body. They say that the research looks promising so far in trials with mice, but that clinical trials
Those
are
horny-ass mice.
the definitive test for the safety of any drug candidate.
How do they get them to swallow the pills?
That's
mice?
crazy.
Yeah.
They get a really hot picture of a mouse. You want that? You think you could handle that?
So
I don't know, man. What do you got?
in my days, in my solo days, I would have been kind of excited about that, I guess.
Yeah. Now you don't have to worry about it.
No, I don't have to worry about that. I'll have the old
I just would drive to the gas station and get my bareback condoms.
and done. So if things go according to plan, researchers hope to start early-stage clinical trials in people by the later half of this year.
So this will benefit guys who have sex with mice.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is. I don't know. But nonetheless.
You're so big.
They're working.
Yeah.
Handle that.
You want all that?
Oh, my God.
All right, what else? Speaking of big. Speaking of big, it is extremely rare to find a complete skeleton of a dinosaur. It's even more rare to find it twice. Stan, the T-Rex, a massive, mostly complete skeleton of one of the most legendary species of dinosaurs known to Earth, was found and then vanished after a mysterious auction. And we've covered a little bit of this before, but there's more to it.
Yeah, Eminem made it into a song.
No. Not that. That was a good song, Stan.
No, but The Rock was involved in this.
Yeah,
Yes. Dwayne Johnson was involved in this. So the enormous fossil was sold in October of 2020 for more than $30 million to an unknown buyer. And then it vanished from public view, leaving the paleontologist community clamoring for clues as to its whereabouts. National Geographic's Michael Greshko revealed Wednesday that Stan is bound for a museum in the United Arab Emirates capital, Abu Dhabi. Potentially putting the rest of widespread concerns the invaluable fossil would have rendered inaccessibility to study. So it will be back in public display. So the story began in the early 1990s. The nearly 40-foot-long Tyrannosaurus Rex skeleton was unearthed in South Dakota. The skeleton stood at a private institute in the state for 2 decades before a legal dispute forced its sale. It was sold for $31.8 million to an anonymous buyer, making it the most expensive fossil at auction ever.
So we're seeing it displayed here in its original spot, but what will Abu Dhabi do? I did it again!
My man!
At least you two are on the same page.
I would like to see...
Wait, what was that from, the Abu Dhabi do?
It's a Flintstones joke, and it's they... I'm going to mess up the setup, but
didn't Andy Kaufman do it too?
I think so. It's an old joke.
Yeah.
They never do the Tyrannosaurus in a. It's always in a walking.
Leaning forward.
Yeah, leaning forward. I'd love to see it in an attack posture.
So
what's the difference between the people of Dubai and the people of Abu Dhabi? The people in Dubai don't like the Flintstones, but the people in Abu Dhabi do.
That is pretty good.
There it is.
But what was the song that Andy Kaufman would do with the bongos?
Abu Dhabi, Abu Dhabi. That was it.
That's it. Okay.
Yeah. So they not only feared the fossil would be sealed behind closed doors, but worried the price tag would accelerate the gold rush of fossil privatization, which threatens to remove more and more bones from the realm of research and education. So here's where The Rock came in. Dwayne The Rock Johnson. Don's his
tail
from
I'm Don The Rock Johnson. I think we'll take it in a scooch and a crotch, and I think you'll be good for the event on Saturday.
Thanks, Rock. So a giant T-Rex skull was spotted by The Rock, sitting next to The Rock during a television interview. And people had speculated that it was Stan because he had actually said, hey, he was asked about it. And he said, yeah, that's Stan. He's a T-Rex. But apparently it was a replica.
Okay. That
Stan.
happens. Those, by the way, the replicas
are
that are made, they're incredibly expensive.
I want to say that replica was somewhere in the neighborhood of like $20,000 or something.
I remember that.
Pretty
you know who was
expensive.
interested in buying a full skeleton and actually was in negotiation at negotiation level? Nicolas Cage.
Oh, really?
But we're talking millions of dollars he was prepared to spend.
So Greshko, the guy we were talking about earlier, spotted a clue in monthly U.S. export totals, specifically an entry for $31,847,000, Stan's precise price that was due for the Arab Emirates. And so they tracked him down and they found out the Natural History Museum Abu Dhabi announced Wednesday that it will house Stan as part of an ambitious exhibit and research program to chronicle and study the history of life on Earth. So mystery solved.
Bam!
No, we're done.
Oh,
that's it.
I ain't got no more. I'm out of junk drawer. Thank you for letting me clean that out because it gets backed up very, very quickly. With that, we need to take a break, and we also need to give something away. I have got a case of Troganator Double Bock.
Yeah.
And we'll take caller number 13 at 215-263 WMMR. The Troganator Double Bock.
Yeah.
Is a beer for people who love beer, layered with notes of smooth caramel stone fruit and fresh toasted grains. Enjoy the Troganator Double Bach.
Yeah.
At Choice Deli, located at 1642 South Street in Philly. 215-263 WMMR. Coming back with the Bizarre File.
I went with Casey.
Wow. Because?
Only because I figured there's a lot of work around there just lodging things, and stuff might be more visible because of that. Though Preston is taller, obviously, and the angle's probably better. I went with Casey.
All right, so potential tie here. Marissa, the answer is...
All right, I'm going to admit something to you guys. There is only one member of the show whose nose I've looked up, and it's because he's constantly pointing it out and seeking my approval. It's Preston.
All right.
There you go.
So, Casey, tell us the score, please.
All right. The final score is, I got to give him one and her one. We have a three-way tie.
Oh.
We have a three-way tie between Preston Elliott, Steve Morrison, and Kathy.
Thought of something else I did one time, but immediately, here I am as an adult thinking I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. One time we were doing a promotion at the Granite Rim Mall with Y100, and we had we used to take a little putter and a putting green, and we would do a putting contest.
Yeah.
'Cause when you go to these promotions, you have a little game. People can play, come on, and when so we're out there and we're bored. Nobody's coming out there. And I decide to take the putter and take a full-on driver swing.
No, you didn't.
To the golf ball. Or I was pretending to. I was going to swing over the ball. And, of course, I'm aiming right at the parking lot. And we were in, there was like a tent sale going out there, something. So there was a wide open area where nobody was parked. But about 50 yards away, there were cars. I swung at this thing. I hit the ball. And it goes over and thunk and hits the side of a car. Big, huge dent in the side of it. And I tell an intern, I go, go get the golf ball. Go get the golf ball right now. Go get it. So they ran and got the golf ball, and I go, put the whole golf ball thing away. Put the whole putting green thing away.
Appearance over.
Appearance over. Yeah. Attention.
We've got our winner.
Yeah. So put the golf ball away.
Appearance over.
And sure enough, like 10 minutes later, somebody comes walking out, and they look at the side of their car, and it's got a big dent in it, and I didn't fess up to it.
All right. How many years ago?
You're 15, 16.
An adult man.
I know.
Wow.
Here I am.
Oh my
I'm confessing it right now.
Now,
that was not cool.
Don't say. But do you remember what kind of car or what color it was or anything like that? Okay.
I have no idea.
Okay.
But it was, I remember them looking down and them looking around, and here I...
People do that all the time.
Hands in my pocket.
Didn't we have a potato gun at one event? And we had it. It was like on a mortar, and we shot it into the parking lot. And didn't we hit a car?
Nope,
Maybe.
that never happened. Nope, I think there was another
you
show.
come to any of our events, park far away.
I regret it. I wouldn't mind making good on that.
Well, listen,
not really.
What are you going to buy him a new car 15 years later?
I heard what you said, you son of a bitch. I spent years trying to figure out how that happened. I thought it was my fault.
Yeah, what would you guys say would be like a movie
Star
theme
Wars?
or score? Yes, Casey, it's number one.
Sorry, I didn't mean to-
no, it's all right.
No, you were asked.
That got 24% of the votes. Almost a quarter of people surveyed cited that as the most memorable.
What percentage are John Williams scores at the top?
Yeah, it's probably Star Wars, Indiana Jones.
Nope, it's just the one.
Oh.
So because after that
007?
Nope, Saturday Night Fever.
Okay.
Bee Gees.
Yep, so Night Fever, Night Fever.
Stay alive, stay alive.
Or Staying Alive, I guess.
Stay alive.
You know what that needed?
And you can tell by the way I use my walk, I'm a woman's man.
Dirty Dancing.
Dirty dancing.
13%.
But that's not a theme song. It's not like when the movie started, it was like, no, I had no. Like that's,
We're dirty dancing, dirty dancing.
By the way, I saw
He's right though. There's no dirty dancing theme.
No.
There are songs within Dirty Dancing that are songs.
By the way, I saw on a commercial the other day for some food product. They used Hungry Eyes from that soundtrack as well.
Yes.
Hungry Eyes.
What's that other? She's like the wind.
Hungry Eyes.
I mean, my favorite song from that movie is this one.
I love this.
Who's this hula hana of come on, I wanna hula
hits from the soundtrack. You had that. You had the
You had Hungry Eyes, you had Time in My Life. Those were the two biggies.
right, and then She's Like the Wind.
She's Like the Wind was in that as well.
And that's Patrick Swayze singing that, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They had so many hits that were already songs. And it was such a popular album that they made two of them.
What was the one? Hey, lover boy. Remember when they were
How do you call your lover boy?
lip syncing that one?
I simply say.
What was that?
I simply say, baby.
Oh, yeah.
My sweet baby.
Here you go. We have the list.
Do you remember the Dirty Dancing tour that happened?
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Be My Baby, Hungry Eyes, Stay. Oh, from the Zodiacs. Oh.
Is that?
Oh, won't you stay?
Jesus Christ.
And then it says yes. There were more songs in this.
What's yes?
I don't know. But it was by Merritt Clayton. So
I was in 7th grade when that movie came out, and I remember kids on the bus listening to that record because it was so popular, and it was such a resurgence for that type of music, for that style of music, and for that age of music.
Well, really,
that they put out a second record.
The Big Chill was, I think
similar.
2 years prior to that, and that, I mean, that was an entire summer that I lived off of that soundtrack.
So we're looking at the track listing here for Dirty Dancing. Hey, baby. Hey, baby. Was that it?
No.
Different one?
I wanna know if you feel
Overload. Don't know that one. Off the title. I'm sure we know every single one of these songs. Love is Strange. I think that's the one, Kathy. Hey, lover boy.
Okay.
Hey, boy. My name is Man Thing. Why don't you come over here and let's dance? Baby. I'm dirty dancing all over your face.
Just try not to move.
Don't move. This hurts.
Now do the lift.
We're filthy dancing. I'll lift you up.
Remember that remake?
A day after the season 13 finale of America's Got Talent, finalist Michael Ketterer was arrested for domestic violence.
Whoa.
Well, it shows the system works because he only came in 5th place.
Well, what did he do? Was he a singer or what?
He packed luggage.
No, I don't know. Michael Ketterer is his name, and I don't know what he did. We're looking at a picture of him with his arms open at a microphone, so that leads to believe that he may
did a
have
John
been
McCain impression.
A singer and impersonated John McCain. So those are the two things you can clearly get from this photograph here.
He's going to be playing a Vegas casino.
It's uncanny.
Yeah.
He just does John McCain and that's it?
Yeah.
What would it be like if John McCain sang the songbook of Air Supply?
A loving tribute to
one of our nation's heroes and the kings of soft rock.
I don't even have any air supply.
One of our nation's heroes. You probably do on
So
here.
lost without you.
I'm sorry.
I knew you were right for leaving me so long.
Very specific talent.
It was the greatest John McCain Air Supply show I'd ever seen.
And I'm bringing back my whole family. It's patriotic and it's romantic.
All right. So anyhow, I guess he was a singer and a John McCain impersonator. This is a student pilot.
Yes.
And I have not heard this yet.
Student pilot is soloing for the first time. So they've got their lessons, and now they're going to take it up and fly it by themselves.
Yeah, so she spent many hours training.
Yes.
And ready for her solo flight. And
upon takeoff, she's in flight, and they notice one of her wheels, its fixed wheels, has fallen off.
Okay.
The aircraft.
We have the audio of this, and I haven't heard it yet.
Maggie, this is John. How you doing?
I'm okay.
Okay, you're doing a great job flying the airplane. Keep doing what you're doing. We got plenty of time. You got plenty of fuel. We got plenty of daylight. So just try to relax. And you always heard me say go back to basics. So we're going to work the basics here as much as possible, okay? Keep everything as normal as you can.
All right.
Okay. Oh, my God. I'm choked up listening to this.
Seriously, I'm tearing up.
He's a calming voice, though. That's somebody I would want to speak to on the other end.
Beautiful job, Maggie. You got a whole bunch of people clapping for you up here.
She landed.
Great work. Thank you.
Good job, Maggie. Excellent job.
Oh, man. Oh, my God. I was nervous. Listen, I love flying in those small aircraft. It's really exciting.
It's awesome.
There's no way. And I have flown one. I told you my wife's uncle let me fly over Sweden, and I held the, I took control of the plane for at least an hour by myself. He was right next to me and had controls as well. But the idea of landing or taking off or anything like that, no,
here's what I would do, okay? What you did, I would have the Fisher-priced wheel.
Oh, just to protect?
Sit there like Maggie does with the dry. And that's how I do it.
Oh, after I rode on the Avatar ride down in Disney World last year.
They gave you a pilot's license?
You became a pilot?
No, but
He's
you
an
fly.
astronaut now.
All right, do me a favor. All right, I want you to calm down. It's like we've done many times on Pandora. All right? What's your name? Casey. Casey, okay. We're going to fly right by. You're going to see a whole bunch of floating boulders. You've seen it many times before. All right? All right? Is your ponytail attached to your bird of prey? It is? Okay.
We're going through the flying boulder field.
That's all it is. We're just floating boulders.
But after riding that ride.
Viewers of the American reality series The Bachelor are often told to buckle up for the most dramatic rose ceremony ever.
I love you.
But now the show's Vietnamese version has actually delivered on this. And I watched it.
Yeah?
And so it's the same. It's with this corny music. It's the whole, the difference is they're just speaking a different language.
Chitingpa.
But is that I love you?
Chitingpa. I don't know what I love you is in Vietnamese.
No, but I like the delivery. So in this clip that has gone viral now, a contestant vying for the heart of Bachelor, his name is Nguyen Quoc Trung.
I am Bachelor.
Shocks viewers when she confesses her love for another contestant.
Oh my God!
Ooh.
She's a lesbian.
So that's never happened before. So you've had, a girl fall in love with another contestant,
Sexy.
as opposed to the Bachelor. So
it's okay.
She tells.
It's all right.
She tells Trung in a video, "I went into this competition to find love." Her name is Min Thu. And she tearfully tells him, "But I've found love for myself, but it isn't you, it's someone else." Thu then walks over to contestant Truc Nhu.
Don't you do advertisements for that?
That's that's Truc You.
Oh, okay.
Sell them for less.
I'm like,
Sell
what?
for less, Jack. Del Toyota, man. No, not Truc You. Truc.
Tomorrow night on the Vietnamese Bachelor, Truck You.
Truc Nhu.
Jack, sell them for less.
Jack, sell them for less.
I love you. I'm not the Jack.
Truc Nhu.
Okay.
Who is holding a rose from Trung. And Thu asks Nhu, "Come home
What you
with
gonna
me."
do?
She says, "Come home with me, yeah?" Nhu then heads back to stand before Trung. She says, "I'm sorry. I really want to get to know you because you're someone who made me feel special, and I haven't felt that way in a long time."
I tell you what, the bachelorettes on this show are
they're gorgeous.
quite stunning.
Yeah, the Bachelor weighs in asking you, "If you decide this, would you feel regretful?" "This doesn't change my decision," he tells her.
Are you going to sell them for less?
"I'm not going to give this rose to anyone else." Truck.
Sell them for less.
Where's that voice coming from?
You only get one chance in this life, and you need to take it. Only you.
Who's Jack?
Not anyone else. I want to let you know that I think you'll have regret if you continue with what you're about to say.
Wow.
So the show's host chimes in, telling Truc Nhu,
Sell them for less.
Jack,
no.
sell them for less.
Says you have a connection with Trung that made him choose you. You should give yourself a chance. Don't pass it up. But Nhu seems to have made up her mind and gives him back the rose. She said, "I know you'll find somebody who really loves you, who understands you, who knows how to take care of you, who can look at you from afar and know how you're feeling. I'm sorry." And then the two women left together. But that's not how it ended.
Oh, really?
What
I
happened?
saw that it brought up the decided
best
to return
desserts.
in the country. I was not trying to get people to bring stuff to us.
No, I know that.
But they did anyway. What was her name, Marissa, who just popped in? I'm sorry, I did not write down her name.
That was Lindsay. Lindsay had dropped by the bakery this morning, and she said, I was just saying hi to my mom, and AJ was like, hey, go take cannolis to Preston Steve.
So from Isgro, right?
From Isgro's, yep.
10th and Christian, and she brought by everything. And there's everything from tiramisu to rum cake to something she called the lobster tail, which looks really yummy.
Yeah, I was like, what's that?
It looks kind of like a croissant, if you will.
Okay.
And there's cannoli, and there's key lime stuff, and these peach-soaked sponge cakes.
It's a lot of goodness.
Wow.
Like schnapps.
This looks like my Christmas dinner dessert.
There you
This
go.
is what my family does. We get a whole thing of this, throw a knife on it, and then everybody
There you
just
go.
goes crazy.
I love doing that. We do that sometimes. We'll buy a whole bunch of desserts and say, all right,
cut 'em up.
Just to, here's a community knife, cut off whatever you want, and take it of anything. I love that.
And then we also have all this Easter candy in the studio, which the guy, you read the email earlier, and he said that, he knew that Casey and I always gave up sweets for Lent. But Casey, you had
I did
some-
not.
Okay.
I did not. I actually didn't get anything
I
off
was
for
just
Lent.
wondering.
Well, thank you to Lindsay and East Grow, and that's how you go into the weekend. That's
too kind.
No sad
Yes.
Friday, all the way. All right, let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, let's get into the B-File stories. We will start with, every one of these I've started with has had a dead person in it. But this is certainly strange. This is in Washington State. A 25-year-old woman has been found dead near Wallace Falls. Police suspect psychedelic mushrooms played a part. So Lee Coupler was out for a hike at the falls with her partner last Friday when she ran into a pair of young women.
Go to the seahorse party.
Coupler said at one point she was standing there and she fell straight back onto the ground, hitting her head on the rocks.
Wow.
According to Coupler, the women appeared intoxicated but not drunk. One of them had torn clothing and dirt on her face, and she said she hugged us and said, I hope you enjoy this trail. And then she hugged her friend. After that, she took a couple of steps back and was standing looking at us, and then she fell straight back, hitting her head again. Coupler tried to help the hikers, but they refused. Her friend was just saying that everything was fine and to leave them alone. Concerned for their safety, she called 911. The last words she said I exchanged with her were good luck and I hope everything's okay. The next morning, a search and rescue crew found 25-year-old Alistar Mulf of New Jersey dead near the Wallace River.
You got to be on your game when you're hiking out like that.
Yeah.
You can't be tripping.
The sheriff's office said that both the women were under the influence of mushrooms. The trail to Wallace Falls can be dangerous because there are cliffs along the way, and it isn't hard for people to get in trouble when they're sober. Experts say the odds of something bad happening increases exponentially under the influence of psychedelics. Wow. An Italian tourist was fatally attacked by a shark off a Caribbean island. The 56-year-old victim, Antonio Abruzzi, was swimming near a cliff off of Colombia's San Andreas Island Friday.
Hell with
when
that.
He was bitten in the right leg by an 8-foot tiger shark, and he died of severe blood loss. Wow. The incident occurred in a popular snorkeling area about 235 miles off the coast of Nicaragua. The diving instructor, Mirla Zambrano, said that the incident was the first shark attack on a tourist in San Andres, and they said a witness said the man was attacked. The man who was attacked was a good swimmer and had been in the sea for quite a while, and he went further out a second time after coming back towards the shore and began to shout out for help and was surrounded by blood. That's horrible, man. All right, that's another horrible one. Let's skip the horrible one.
Stomped to death by an elephant?
No, but it's pretty messed up. How about this? One man is in custody after St. Louis police say he tried to carjack two officers who were in a fully marked police car at the time. Officers were responding to a call for
you better not call the cops.
For shots fired around 3 a.m. on Saturday morning when police say the man stepped into traffic, walked to the passenger side of the vehicle, and pointed a handgun at them. The officers were able to maneuver out of harm's way while the suspect simultaneously discovered he was attempting to carjack a fully marked police car.
I need to accommodate your vehicle.
The suspect took off running, and assisting officers found the suspect and took him into custody. No injuries were reported. A 17-year-old told police that he attacked a man outside a pizza shop because he needed money for snacks. He is charged with aggravated assault, conspiracy, receiving stolen property, drug, and other charges. He was denied bail. Police were called to J&S Pizza at about 4:30 a.m. for the report of an assault. A man who had been running a leaf blower on the sidewalk outside the pizza shop said that he was attacked.
All he had to do was mention what he wants to eat on his radio show.
The man said he was rushed by one male who sucker punched him in the face and another male pointed a gun at him. The man told police that he was struck 3 more times in the back of the head. The attacker then fled a silver car using license plate reading cameras. Police identified the car. It was spotted. They pulled it over. They took the males into custody. Police said they found a silver revolver sticking out from underneath the passenger seat and more. When the officers interviewed the 17-year-old, he told them that he had the gun and put it to the alleged victim's head a few times, and he said that he did this because he needed money for snacks.
For snacks.
And that was the motivation in robbing him at gunpoint. Yeah. All right, and let's see. This is a good one. A 5th grader is credited with preventing a crash Thursday after his bus driver suffered a medical emergency while taking students from home from school.
What happened to the driver?
The incident happened when the driver of the bus drove slowly into a curve on the road. Essentially, I guess he just kept going straight.
Passed out?
They said in a statement, the school said one of our students, 5th grader Sujan Singh, recognized the driver was having an emergency. He jumped into action, hit the brakes on the school bus. The bus jumped a curb before stopping short of hitting a streetlight, and the boy's actions were heroic. Police responded to the scene, said the bus driver was taken to an emergency room. His condition was not immediately available. So whatever
That's amazing.
It was. Yeah, so the kid jumped in. All right, and then we'll do one more story, and we'll wrap it up. Another oddity to add to the growing list of weird things spotted on Google Maps. A couple were caught out having sex on the hood of a car by a Google camera. The pair were seen on Dukes Highway in Keith, South Australia, as the van drove by. While it's impossible to say whether or not they were having sex for real or merely posing for the cameras, after spotting the van, it's not something you see every day on Google Street View.
People try to orchestrate getting on the Street View.
The images were initially taken in 2013, but have now been rediscovered on a Reddit thread. It's not the only strange thing to crop up on Google Maps recently. The internet was left baffled last month after someone came across what appeared to be a child stuck in a trash can. The discovery was made by a TikToker who had posted screen recordings of his findings on Google Maps to his 1.1 million viewers. So from time to time, you'll see something weird. And that is it in the bizarre file. We're going to take a break. When we get back, we will ask a lesson question of you, and we'll also get to the trash and the music news. So make sure you hang close because that's coming up next. We'll be right back.
Preston and Steve. And I have no inventory at this time.
You know what else I noticed?
Ooh.
I noticed.
Just notice more things.
I noticed that
Not just product renaming.
the Cold War
The Cold War. CW.
could have been a world war.
TCW.
But a cache of Soviet jokes that was compiled by CIA agents during the Cold War has been released among a cache of declassified documents.
Soviet jokes designed for what purpose?
It's hard to say because they mainly make fun of the Soviet Union. So all the jokes were told between Soviets, but picked up by CIA operatives before being relayed back to Washington. So
do we believe that perhaps it were American operatives and spies to be armed with these jokes? It might be a way of sort of ingratiating themselves to, in other words, if you could tell a funny Soviet joke to another person.
They're not clear on what the purpose
or was
of this
it for their
I think it was just them.
Soviet review.
It was just part of the gigantic lists of stuff that they have at
So
the CIA.
there's a lot of Yakov Smirnoff stuff here, right?
The list was addressed to the deputy director of the CIA, but is believed to have been circulated among senior White House officials. One joke featuring Ronald Reagan made it to the president's desk, and he found it so funny that he began to use it himself.
That's the goddamn funniest thing I've ever heard.
So here, do you want to hear the joke?
Please tell me. Tell me, Mommy.
An American tells a Russian that the United States is so free that he can stand in front of the White House and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan." And the Russian replies, "That's nothing. I can stand in front of the Kremlin and yell, "To hell with Ronald Reagan, too."
I don't get it.
Oh, yeah!
Did you say penis? I must have missed it.
No.
You said it was a dirty joke.
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
Oh, yes, you did. Where? What?
No, I didn't say it was a dirty joke.
You said it was filthy.
I think the Alzheimer's is kicking in, Ronnie.
God damn it.
Yep.
Where are my jelly beans?
It is not known exactly why the CIA began doing this.
It wasn't filthy.
Though since there were no polls in Soviet Russia, it could have been a good way for agents to judge public mood towards politicians and the government.
Why did chicken cross road?
Why?
To escape the extreme starvation caused by Stalin.
One particular figure of fun was Mikhail Gorbachev.
Why do I have stain on head?
The last leader of the Soviet Union who worked to end the Cold War by reforming the USSR. While this made him popular overseas, he was often reviled at home, as revealed by this joke, which tells of a man waiting in line at a liquor store.
Tell the joke.
A worker standing in a liquor store line says, I have had enough. Save my place. I'm going to go shoot Gorbachev. 2 hours later, he returns to claim his place in line, and his friends asked, "Did you get him?" He said, "No, the line there was even longer than the line here."
That is a good one. It's very funny.
Another joke compares Gorbachev to...
You know, maybe you don't laugh at the same kind of jokes or something, but... you told me that Gorbachev line joke and it wasn't funny. But I have one for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
I don't think you told that correctly.
Shut up.
Banana. So Stalin.
I'm going home.
Stalin was also.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Stay in your seats or you'll all be shot. It's funny, yes? Knock, knock.
Who's there?
You will starve in gulag.
I'm here all the week.
I would say try veal, but there is no veal. Try cannibalism as we starve out all of the population in Siberia because of extreme poverty caused by Stalin. Thanks for coming. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
They murdered my wife.
That's sad.
Yeah, but if you think about it, she was nagging.
It's a way Homer.
Have you heard the banana joke?
Heard funny joke from Rocky. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Orange.
Orange who?
Banana.
Oh, God. Oh. Well, these are CIA files.
Hey, I am having literally to hold stomach from pain of laughing.
Yes, exactly. Okay, I noticed that, and I figured we might have
Notice the Soviet humor.
Para-Olympian Danielle Umstead.
She's blind, right?
I don't know.
I believe she's a blind skier, Preston.
No, that's impossible.
That's what they said.
Shut up.
Check it out.
Okay,
Nick.
you got to look this up. Danielle, spelled Danelle, Umstead.
And I think, unless I miss my guess, she has no torso.
Oh, okay. Well, that might be it.
Just her head.
Everything
on
is
her
connected
hips?
with pipe cleaners.
A blind skier?
Is that what it says? Am I right?
Well, I don't know. Nick's looking it up. I'm just curious. Is there a Wikipedia page?
Oh, she's a deaf gurner.
She makes the ugly faces, but can't hear anybody laughing. Oh, that's sad.
It's wrong.
Let's see what it says here. She is a skier and visually impaired.
Visually impaired.
She's full-blown blind.
Is she full-blown blind?
Well, I saw her, and on a small pair of skis next to her was a dog.
Oh. Left. Right. Left. 2 barks for left, 1 for right. Yeah.
That's not fair to
That
the dog.
is not fair to the dog.
No.
And
I mean, he's got to bark fast, and you never know if like they're right next to each other.
He also can't really tell you that he doesn't want to do this.
No, he's actually just being dragged along.
Just put him on skis.
I don't want to do this.
Did we even say the words skiing eye
Nick
dogs?
just
Oh,
said
you
it.
did?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
I missed it. They may not be married, but Jennifer Gardner and Ben Affleck are still family, according to Ben's brother Casey. During an interview with E.T. on Saturday.
Well, you still family?
No, entertainment television.
Do you all get together for the holidays?
What am I talking? What am I talking to here?
I'm E.T.
He walks in. He's like, "Are you serious? I have to do this."
Pulling himself up in the chair.
Thanks for talking with me.
Could you get my agent in here, please?
I'm talking to a turtle.
Yeah.
Not a turtle.
Turtle.
Oh my God.
I want a goddamn Oscar.
It was during an interview with E.T.'s Kelty Knight.
Oh, okay.
Whoever that is. I left that part out and I just said E.T., all right? So it was at the Are you still family?
How much longer is he going to be in rehab?
He's holding up his finger. Oh, my God.
E.T. could probably fix his addiction problem with his magic finger.
You're right.
His heart.
Touch his heart.
Heart light.
Whole new human being.
New Ben, new Batman movie.
So stupid. It's so dumb. All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out
I
of
knew
it
we were
through the
going that
TV.
way.
But she's had some run-ins. Last year, she was locked up after cops pulled her over for joyriding in an allegedly stolen car.
She was locked up for 7 days.
Is the phone rings after 7 days or something like
In
that?
7 days. Yeah, that's when you die. You have 7 days to get your affairs in order before you're... 7 days.
It's been a while since I've seen that movie. 6.5.
7 business days.
Business days? So that means I get the weekend, too?
Well, that's Mondays.
Everything's the same. We're going to the same place for lunch. Everything.
You got to do everything, yeah.
Wait, do you have a student?
Hoping they have the same IPA beer that we had last year.
Do you have a child that's a student on the team?
No, my daughter is an assistant coach.
Okay.
all right.
Okay,
Gotcha.
so
All
the
right.
girl that I graduated high school with, Chrissy Donahue, she's now Chrissy Dugan. She is the head coach, and the Cardinal O'Hara girls basketball team. And I'm gonna change that. The Cardinal O'Hara women's basketball team is a juggernaut and has been for decades.
It's a dynasty, right?
An absolute dynasty. They just win, Catholic League title after Catholic League title. The state title is nothing. Short of just, amazing and what they've done so far this year. So they're going up against, I don't even know how you pronounce this, Chartiers Valley basketball program. So the game tonight is in Hershey. So they're going to defend their state title. I
played that same team last year, so it's a repeat of the game.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. So the game is at 5:00, and if you follow Cardinal O'Hara on Twitter, if you can't make it out to the Giant Center in Hershey, you will be able. They have the link on there. It's a pinned tweet that is on their Twitter site.
Hey, the dynasty level. How many have they won state championships year after year after year? Is that the story?
I don't know at the state level, but I know at the
they won one last year.
Yeah.
That may be their only one.
At the
And they
Catholic
won the
League
Catholic
level.
League championship. They won Catholic League this year.
Yeah. So, but at the Catholic League level, they and really and it's been them and Archbishop Carroll that are the two juggernauts in the area. But for as long as I can remember, they just keep winning, and I don't know how they do it. It's probably coaching. I think it's Chrissy Donahue. That's the reason behind it.
Gotta be.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
All right. So good luck, ladies,
Thank you
women.
so much.
All right, thank you. And, you wanted a shard out, right?
Oh, yeah.
So there you go.
There you
There's
go.
the shard. All right, thank you, Jennifer, and good luck to Cardinal O'Hara girls basketball. Lesson question today, and a 4-pack of tickets for the Bevy Long Drink Party Zone at the Wings game when they play the Bandits on Thursday, March 31st. The question is, quick and simple one, at the Sticky Theater, what time does Pizza Dong air? Pizza Dong air. I messed that up. At the Sticky Theater, what time is Pizza Dong airing? 215-263 WMMR. We mentioned that in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's see if you know. We'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you this morning by Rita's Water Ice. The wait is over. Rita's is now open and serving up all of your favorite frozen treats. You can stop by for some happiness with a delicious Italian ice or creamy frozen custard. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, Preston, you just mentioned the Marilyn Monroe painting by Andy Warhol selling for $200 million. What you may not know is that included in that astronomical price is a gold-plated certificate of authentication, as well as a deluxe Hickory Farms meat and cheese basket.
Wow!
Now a little more appetizing? I think so. Bridgerton star Simone Ashley shared details about season 2 of the Netflix hit, saying they are really upping the nudity to remain competitive with other shows. Ashley told Porter Magazine, quote, "There is so much D in this season, you'll feel like a urologist."
Oh, my God.
And finally, a movement to remove Queen Elizabeth as head of state of Jamaica is reportedly gaining traction. As part of an agreement, the Queen will relinquish all influence over governmental issues, but will continue to receive her annual complimentary resort dreadlocks. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All right, we will see if someone knows the answer to the question at the Sticky Theater. What time is Pizza Dong airing? And I am going to go to Nicole and see if she has that answer. Hi, Nicole. Good morning.
Hi, Preston. Good morning.
All right, Nicole, what time is Pizza Dong airing at the Sticky Theater?
That would be 4 p.m.
4 p.m., yeah. Hang on, Nicole. You're going to go to the Wings game. We're going to set you up in the Bevy Long Drink Party Zone. 4 tickets, by the way. The Wings are playing the Bandits on Thursday, March 31st, and you can enjoy discounted drinks, lawn games, and giveaways in the Party Zone while standing at turf level, and you're just feet away from the action. Tickets for the Party Zone are $27 and availavailable only at wingslax.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, brought to you by New Jersey Transit. We all need to work together to keep our transit system safe. Text suspicious activity to NJTPD. Just a few stories to run by you today. We'll start with the band that Dave Grohl created, the fictional band Dream Widow. Music from them will be released as a digital EP today, with physical formats coming at a later date. The Dream Widow music was featured prominently in the Foo Fighters horror comedy film Studio 666, which is now available on demand. Last month, let's try this again. Last month, Grohl, as self-proclaimed effing 80s thrash metal kid, told Rolling Stone that he's been heavily influenced by bands that he worshipped back in the day. He said, "I have my memories. You'll hear a lot of those influences in Lacrimus de Ibrius, which is a 13-minute metal epic performed in the film." He said, because for that song, I put maybe 4 or 5 of these sections together in this big, long thing. So that stuff comes out today. Speaking of Foo Fighters, the Foo Fighters Live at Wembley Stadium concert film is set to premiere on AXS TV or Access TV on April 2nd as part of the network's week-long Grammy Week celebration.
Cool.
The special programming will be across their cable satellite channels, websites, apps, and social platforms from Monday, March 28th through Saturday, April 2nd. One song on the new Weezer album was directly inspired by Shakespeare. Lead singer Rivers Cuomo saw a performance of Romeo and Juliet 4 years ago at the Ohio Shakespeare Festival, and afterwards wrote the song titled Opening Night. In an interview, he talked about sitting under the stars, watching the production with his wife, and he journaled about it and described the scene, and then a few years later, he was reading over his notes and started the song. He said Opening Night specifically mentions seeing Romeo and Juliet under the stars. The lyrics name Shakespearean characters from other plays such as Hamlet and Falstaff. The current single is called A Little Bit of Love that's out right now from their album Spring, SZNZ, Seasons. Hailstorm release a graphic novel this Halloween, celebrating the 10th anniversary of the band's 2012 EP, Hello, It's Ms. Hyde, and the subsequent album, The Strange Case of called Hyde Manor. Blabbermouth.net reports that the novel depicts the members of Hailstorm encountering sinister doppelgangers of themselves within the decrepit halls of Hyde Manor. Mirror reflections independently talk back, and photographs transform to reveal sordid prophecies, leading the band to slowly succumb to madness while recording a new album.
Make that into a movie.
So that's coming out. Yeah, maybe so. They'll do the graphic novel first and maybe end up with a movie. We'll have to see.
They're in the first matchup today, right? It's Hailstorm versus Shinedown at noon, if I have that right.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yep. So it's coming up. Thank you, Nick. Metallica is teaming up with the Coda Collection for several upcoming live performances and documentary films set to arrive exclusively on the platform this spring. 7 titles will be available to stream for the first time ever, which will span the band.
It's okay.
Hang on a second.
Take a drink. I heard the bubble.
Yep. I think that was from the cannoli.
How was it?
Delightful.
Was it good?
Delightful.
I haven't had one yet.
7 titles will be... 7 titles
pudding
It's good too.
will be available to stream for the first time ever.
Everyone's so supportive here.
Jump on it too, if you want to. Which will span the band's 4-decade history together, beginning with the release of Cunning Stunts.
Oh, man.
That was good.
And Argulo, Pasión y Gloria, Tres Noches en la Ciudad de Mexico.
Yes, of
which
course.
Are available now. 2 separate anniversary concerts called Metallica 40th Anniversary Live will be released on March 31st and April 7th, respectively, featuring all new edits and fully remixed audio. Hang on. I have a nut under my tongue.
Okay.
Wow. Oh, yeah.
I knew you guys would like that.
It happens.
The special 2-night event celebrates 40 years of Metallica at San Francisco's Chase Center, by the way. All right, and one last thing. Paul Simon will be the latest artist to receive a massive Grammy salute.
Oh.
Rolling Stone reported the tribute concert billed as Homeward Bound, a Grammy salute to the songs of Paul Simon, will take place on April 6th at LA's Hollywood Pantages Theater. In addition to Simon, who will be performing, others who've randomly signed on include Brandy Carlisle, Brad Paisley, Billy Porter, Little Big Town, Rhiannon Giddens, Dave Matthews, Angelique Kidjo, Shaggy, Irma Thomas, and Trombone Shorty, with other acts still to be announced.
Trombone Shorty.
Yeah. Tickets for the event go on sale this Saturday at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Or no, I'm sorry, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Via Ticketmaster.
I thought they would take the audience of the Grammys and they just hang out and they do the special.
No,
right?
apparently it's separate audiences.
How about that?
And it might be separate theaters. Yeah, because it's at the Pantages Theater. I don't think that's where they do the Grammys.
That's one of the old classic cherished theaters in Hollywood.
So it will air on CBS later this year with some additional pre-taped performances and appearances as well. Those things are great.
I love them.
They do such a great tribute. And that is all I have in music news. Let's take a break, and when we get back, we wrap up the show. We give away our Word of the Week prize and make everybody happy, so stay close, and we'll talk to Pierre about the matchups coming up for March Madness. Stay there. Planning.
What if I go across the international date line?
Let me get back to you.
Coming up soon, we'll be addressing Halloween. But
Yes.
it's a favorite costume for Halloween parties and haunted houses.
Which is the one where you go to where they have a girl who really does the full, clicking and the whole body gesticulation.
Is that Penhurst?
No, it's there's probably one there, but there's one, maybe it's
there's one
it's the one way out where we always get lost going to.
It's in Bucks County.
Yeah.
I know exactly the one you're talking about.
Yeah, but the girl who does...
Fear?
Nah.
Might be.
Valley of Fear.
It's out kind of in a woodsy area.
It's Grotto of Consternation is the name of it.
Hang on. Chrissy is on the line to tell us about that haunted attraction. And it is Valley of Fear, isn't it? So it's Valley of Fear?
It is Valley of Fear, and the girl who does play the one from The Ring, who was there for a long time, Liz, is just a phenomenal singer, too. I just wanted to let you guys know.
Really? Okay.
Oh, yeah, she's incredibly talented.
And she was good. It says you were moving along, she'd move along, and she never sang really, but she
didn't
I'm the chick from The Ring, and I'm coming after you.
So her name is Liz?
Yes, Liz.
All right, cool. Thank you, Chrissy. Appreciate it.
No problem.
Cause in 7 days
See ya.
you're through. Chop-a-da-ba.
All right.
It's not that scary.
I know, it's not scary when you sing it.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't it be a little less if it were a musical?
I live in a well and my life's kind of hell and I'm coming after you.
My life's kind of hell.
I'm the chick in the well and my life's kind of hell, but I'm a coming after you in 7 days.
7 days. In 7 days.
7 days.
7 days. Coming after you in 7 days.
Hey. The Ring, the musical.
Turn my mic on. You turn his mic off.
I didn't turn it off. I think you might have hit the button yourself there, dude.
Uh-oh.
No, there we go.
I just hit that button.
All right.
Wait a second. What's going on?
Wait a second.
What just happened here?
Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds. Your mic will turn off in 7 seconds.
What? I don't have a mic.
Lindsay Lohan.
I was just watching Mean Girls last night on E.
Well, there was this video of her dancing over the weekend, and it went viral.
Is it laughable, sexy?
I'm hesitant to even say viral. Like, how many does it take before it's called viral?
Good question.
You know,
Viral is, yeah.
So I just saw it this morning, and it's her dancing. And
what is it?
To be honest, it's not that big of a deal. It's just her dancing around a little bit, but some people have made a thing about it. She flips her hair in it. She leans her head down and flips her hair way up. So people are making a thing about that.
Oh, my gosh.
Here, hang on. And there's the hair flip. So she does it twice.
That's
We're
a thing?
watching the video of it right now. And, well, now Busy Phillips and Kelly Oxford are getting in on the action. They spoofed Lindsay's now viral dance to the song Pillow Talk.
Oh, snap.
While Lindsay snapped her fingers and flipped her hair at her beach club in, I don't know where it is, Phillip and Oxford got down in the kitchen.
Oh,
and
man.
Phillips wrote on Instagram, honestly, it's weirdly harder to nail than it seemed. Respect.
All
What's
right.
going on?
They're throwing shade. They're throwing shade at her, Preston.
Are they?
Sort of.
Yeah.
Shady?
Yeah, they're throwing shade, but then they threw respect in there.
Yeah.
RESPICT.
That's right.
They're making fun of the hair flip?
Yes.
I would make fun of the mom dance instead. I mean, the hair
I've
flip
been
is the only
flipping
thing
my
that
hair
was
like
legit.
that since high school.
Right?
Yeah.
I
It's like a
it all.
stupid, you're drunk, flip your hair.
I like Lindsay's thing, and I like the mock thing. I think it looks cute.
So anyhow, they did a thing about that thing.
Wow.
There was a thing.
It's just said.
Wow.
The original thing has been followed by another thing.
This is what constitutes as news these days, folks.
Over the weekend, a thing occurred, which was immediately followed by 2 rejoinder thingies.
Televangelist Kenneth Copeland has a lot of experience with planes. We've seen, him and the other guy. There are 2 of these televangelists that are really big into their aircraft.
They are really consumed with the level of aircraft that they own, and often the current plane they own is not good enough.
It just ain't going to cut
because
it.
the Lord needs them to spread the gospel.
We were blessed to have an airplane that it was a Vickers Viscount.
A Vickers Viscount.
And a man on our board of directors owned that airplane. And his financial situation had come to the place where, particularly after he got born again, and a lot, I won't go into all that.
No,
I won't go into all that. That's the religious part, and it bogs things down. By the way, if we're all not clear at this point, not dime one is making its way to anybody who's poor. I just want to be clear on that. And I know I can say that to you, God bless you all, everyone sitting here right now, and it won't matter. you'll still gladly open up your wallets and put that money in the collection plate.
All right, let me continue.
But that airplane had been parked for several years. And it was a 4-engine turboprop.
I mean, Jesus Christ, he sounds like
he's talking about
sounds
this
like
in
you're at
church.
an air show. He's a preacher. He's a man of the Lord, ostensibly.
Airliner. So this was back in the days when George first came along, and oh man, we had fun in that old airplane, didn't we?
Oh my God.
They had an older sort of navigation system on that. I know that many of you are going to remember that they didn't have the triple GPS coordination system that you find in the newer vehicles. Did I mention Jesus yet or anything?
This is a sermon?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Well, we
There's a particular fuel mixture that I'd like to talk about. And then, of course, why you shouldn't covet your neighbor's wife.
Right. Yeah, this is in front of a group of his followers.
This is in church.
This is, yeah, well...
Or whatever.
Televangelist.
Airplane hangar.
Yeah. All right.
Well, we put that thing back in the service. We went through that airplane from head to from nose to tail, and they did X-rays of the fuselage and everything, looking for corrosion. And there was some. It wasn't all that bad, but there was the X-rays showed that there was some spots of corrosion.
Okay, and he's saying, okay, how can I
tie this back into
how do I bring this back?
What's my spiel?
Like the way your soul gets corroded.
Right.
Oh, good. Go with that.
Yeah, good. Yeah. All right, so he takes big, long pauses. Here we go.
And so I was praying over it. And
he's praying over the corrosion.
Corrosion,
in his
he's
air.
praying over it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So
we have some
instead
afternoon
of,
sun. Temperature's a little cooler. High about 54. But then Sunday, wrapping up your weekend on a colder note, the high will be 45. It's going to be windy and cloudy. And then Monday, even colder. 36 will be the high. So I thought we were kind of done with those. But as Pierre was saying yesterday, she's fickle.
She is fickle. And April can be fickle as well.
Yeah. Hopefully that doesn't happen. But nonetheless, a little bit on the cooler side. I would like to thank Miss Litza Welcho for being on the show this morning. Me TV's original series is called Collector's Call and is back on its third season with some new episodes.
It's a new time.
Sunday at 6:30.
Yeah, it used to be at 10 o'clock at night on Sunday. Now it's right around Love Boat time.
A better time. That's nice.
Life doesn't get better.
No, excellent. All right, and is Pierre here? He is.
Yes.
All right, because I want to do the letter of the day. Also want to talk about March Madness.
Yes.
Because some interesting things happened yesterday. And
it's always a surprise.
there he is.
Yay.
Nice and clean, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, fresh as a daisy, all set to go. How you doing, man?
Excellent.
Wonderful. Shall we do business first, do the letter?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
All right.
Yeah. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter
S as in Superman.
All right, and we'll take the 8th caller at 215-263-WMMR and award you with our Word of the Week prize if you do indeed know the Word of the Week. You look like you're raring for a Friday, which is cool.
I am.
Let's talk about the elephant in the room right now. Grateful Dead beaten by Fleetwood Mac yesterday. And, sir, I feel for you. I was listening to the matchup live as it happened. I was with my daughter in the car. Now, you know Fleetwood Mac is Steve and I. It's our band in the March Madness.
I didn't remember that.
You didn't remember that?
No.
Are we the only ones that have been talking about that? Because I heard Jackson and Sarah yesterday, and they weren't touching on any of the ownership
always
that the
mentions
Jocks have. I thought that was kind of our thing.
a big thing.
And they haven't been mentioning it at all.
Well, smack.
We're the only ones. And we picked, though I love Fleetwood Mac, it was kind of a random selection.
It was completely, I said, I'll move my finger up and down the list, and Steve, you say stop, and he said stop, and it landed on Fleetwood Mac.
Yes.
So anyhow, I feel bad. And I was listening to the matchup with my daughter, and as I was listening to the Dead songs, that was kind of a joke that I hate the Grateful Dead. I don't hate them. I'm just not a big fan of them. And I certainly love the hits, and I was digging what I was hearing. I was like, man, this is going to be a tough matchup.
because Fleetwood Mac is strong, but I didn't think they were going to beat the Grateful Dead, given MMR's history. You know?
No, it's time for me to go home.
Did you happen to spike any music, or because I had seen what was on the roster as far as what you were going to play to represent the bands?
Well, I didn't play it. It was Jackson was playing.
Oh, it was Jackson.
So Friend of the Devil.
Okay,
heard that, which was great. I like that.
I think they
song.
might have done Touch of Grey, which was probably
did.
arguably
They did
their
Touch, yeah.
They opened up with it.
biggest radio hit.
It's their biggest hit, yeah, right?
Yeah, probably. I mean, these competitions tend to feature more of the hits. I mean, I always am in favor of playing a deeper cut of any band, and often, and the workforce blocks feature always deeper cuts, which I think is important. But you also have to have the hits, so it's a balance between both. But these competitions, for a more casual listener, tune in, oh, right, that's the band that's got that song.
Right.
So you tend to hear a few more hits in these things, which is also cool.
It's wild, though, because you've got...
I just wanted the Dead to win.
Winner of the Word of the Week. We'll see who's going to be winning in the March Madness in a little while, but I have Andy who's on the line. Hi, Andy. Good morning to you.
Yo, have you ever heard of jerkbait?
Yo, ever heard of jerkmate?
All right, Andy, give us that Word of the Week, man.
Loans.
Papa Chewy.
Yeah, Papa Chewy. Papa Chewy. And Andy, Papa Chewy's going to give you a pair of lower level tickets for both Roger Waters concerts in August, man.
That is amazing.
Excellent. Well, hang on the line.
Amazing, Andy. Do you know how cool of a gift that is?
I love it. When he did the wall at Citizens Bank Park, I still rank that as like the best concert I've ever been to.
There you go.
Stunning. I mean, you are a lucky, lucky man. You thank these kids now. You thank them. Go ahead.
Thanks, kid.
All right. I'm glad he's going to a fan, so that's great. We are going to give him tickets to those shows August 5th and 6th, and that's at the Wells Fargo Center. Roger Waters, this is not a drill. Tickets are on sale now for both shows via Wells Fargo Center Philly.com. With all that being said, what's up on the program today?
Well, it's quite an action-packed day, actually. We've got the Shinedown versus Hailstorm thing at March Madness at noon. We've got the Bon Jovi against Guns N' Roses thing. Wow. And that's at 1 p.m. We've got at 2 p.m. Metallica against Collective Soul. And so I have favorites in all three categories. None of them will win. So whatever happens, I will just surrender to the masses.
All right.
And then we have time for a workforce block. It's Elton's birthday, so we'll do a workforce block of Elton. And there's a great song on Eddie's solo album that Elton sings with him.
Yeah, it's really pretty. I like it a lot. There's a lot of piano featured, which you would expect, and it's a great song. It's a really good record. I like the whole thing beginning and end, but that Elton song is terrific.
Yeah, so I think we're going to put that into that Elton block. Also, Rob Halford, the metal god himself, will join us at 2:30. And so we will have a conversation. Judas Priest is next Tuesday at the Met. Eagles are next Monday. So concerts are starting to bloom.
Halford is a lot of fun.
He's amazing.
He's such a nice guy. Yeah.
Incredibly nice.
Yeah.
We'll go any direction you suggest the conversation, and spent a lot of time in Philly, which is not known. He met a guy at Live Aid that he formed a relationship with.
No way.
And had an ongoing thing with this guy who lived in South Philly. And so he was often in Philly. He's never told me that on his own. I read it in his book, in his autobiography called Confess. Fascinating man and a lovely gentleman, and it's going to be a great show Tuesday, but we had a Zoom call a week or so ago, so we're going to run a portion of that today.
Love it.
And a few more portions Monday and Tuesday.
Excellent. Thank you, Pierre, and also thank you to the sponsors of our show, Dunkin' Donuts. Dunkin', the official coffee of the Preston and Steve Show. Also, Acme. Get your free flu shot or COVID-19 booster at their pharmacy. Acme, fresh foods, local flavors, and Trinity Rehab. They can help you get rid of your pain. No prescription needed. Trinity-rehab.com. Next week, we're working on, we got a couple things set up. Our buddy Adam Goldberg. We have not talked to Adam in a little while.
Yes, I look forward to that.
He will be chatting with us, as well as another great guest. Pete Holmes will be on the show.
Great.
We'll fill in some other blanks over the weekend and get ready for you on Monday. But in the meantime, enjoy these next couple of days, friends. Rage on, have a great one, and we'll see you later. Bye-bye.